guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A custom agent in Texas is under arrest. Manuel Perez is accused of helping a Mexican cartel smuggle both drugs and people into the country. Investigators say the 32-year-old was permitting smugglers to pass through the Del Norte port of entry in El Paso. Court records show he's been charged with multiple conspiracy charges, and if convicted, he faces up to life in prison for the drug trafficking charge alone. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is directing the military to put a pause on the recruitment of transgender individuals.
Hegseth is also ordering a suspension of planned procedures for current service members with gender dysphoria. It comes along with President Trump's executive order that essentially bans trans military service. Hegseth wrote in a memorandum for senior Pentagon leadership, efforts to split our troops along the lines of identity weaken our force and make us vulnerable. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Senate Democrats are launching a portal for whistleblowers to report the Trump administration's alleged abuses of power.
Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and top Democrat on the Homeland Security Committee Gary Peters are leading the charge. They wrote in a letter to federal civil service employees and public servants, "We are prepared to issue demand letters, preserve public records, and pursue legal action where necessary." They noted the Whistleblower Protection Act bans any retaliation against federal workers who tip off wrongdoing. I'm Brian Shook.
Another wave of the flu has struck the nation.
Health officials say the rapid rise in cases is causing doctor visits for flu-related symptoms to reach their highest in 15 years. Visits to providers for respiratory illnesses were close to 8% last year, which is the highest since the swine flu outbreak. The CDC estimates there have been 24 million cases of the flu this season, causing more than 300,000 hospitalizations and 13,000 deaths. Recent data shows that 45 states remain in the high or very high category for flu activity. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
The Super Bowl protester who held a Palestinian flag during the halftime show is not going to face any criminal charges. The New Orleans police said in a statement that he was ejected from the Caesars Superdome by security but not arrested. The man was part of the performance and hid the flag under his clothing. A well-known grocery chain is putting limits on egg purchases.
Trader Joe's announced Friday that customers would be limited to just 1 carton of eggs per customer per day. The chain says the limit is the best way to make sure as many customers who need or want eggs can get them. It's the latest impact of the ongoing bird flu outbreak. Nationwide, the average price for a dozen eggs is now more than $5. Waffle House has added a 50-cent surcharge per egg ordered, and some food trucks in New York City have had to raise prices on the breakfast staple egg sandwich. I'm Jim Forbes.
A bill in the Washington state legislature would measure the amount of methane emitted by cows.
When food breaks down in a cow's digestive system, methane is created. Methane is a more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide, according to scientists. Under the bill, individual cows would not have to be monitored for gas emissions, but a count of cows and the way manure is handled on the farm would determine the amount of methane produced. Dairy farms and feedlots are exempt from Washington's Climate Commitment Act. I'm Brad Ford.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 167 points. The S&P 500 rose 40 points. The Nasdaq climbed 191 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Clock on the wall, it's showtime. Yes, indeed, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. We close out a Monday. Ready or not, we'll turn the page on the calendar. Tuesday, 11th day of February. for 2025. So, welcome in, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. What do we see? Cloudy skies. The moon trying to peek through, but very obscured, right? We're getting close to a full moon here, a couple of nights. All right, hope your week's off to a good start. Monday in the books, the greatest day of the week. Out of here. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, depending on where you are, as we start things off with a look at our travelers' weather, things beginning to get a bit active. It's going to be an interesting Tuesday, Wednesday, and really, rest of the week. A frenzy of storms will continue crossing the country from west to east. Along the way, producing accumulating snow, travel problems from the mid-Mississippi and Ohio valleys all the way to the mid-Atlantic coastal areas. And before midweek, we're also looking at a pocket of dangerous ice that's going to target the Interstate 77 and 81 corridors in the southern Appalachians and the Piedmont as well. So things kind of lining up tonight. Before we get into the heart of the matter, a rainy night in much of Tennessee. Rains from Knoxville. Kind of scattered showers in Nashville. You get back into heavier rain in northwestern Tennessee. Most of the action north of Memphis there. Northern Arkansas from Jonesboro to Fayetteville, heavy rains. You don't have to get too far north of that. You'll get into some of the mixed precipitation in parts of Missouri, especially southern Missouri. And then it's plain old snow from areas like, say, Cape Girardeau to Farmington. A little bit of snow shower activity toward Rolla, Missouri. But it's the mixed precipitation there in southern portions of the state. Also some mixed precipitation in southern portions of Kentucky. Kentucky, you're kind of like in the crosshairs. You're going to maybe start off with a bit of snow and then change over to a bit of mixed precipitation. But as the storm continues to push in from west to east, northeast, some heavier snows prompting winter storm warnings for much of central and about the northern two-thirds of the state. Generally, we're talking 3 to 5, in some cases up to 6, maybe 7 inches of snow, especially in eastern portions of the state. Much of West Virginia, nearly all of the state of Virginia, on over into Maryland, Delaware, southern New Jersey, winter storm warnings. Some of the higher elevations in Virginia and parts of western Maryland, on tap to see maybe 6 to 8, as much as maybe 12 inches of snow, again for the higher elevations. This latest storm, one of several more wintry precipitation events that are lining up for the month of February, crossing the country and in between, barely giving you time to clean up and take a bit of a rest. The good news is they're moving rather swiftly, which prevents major blockbuster snowfall accumulations. Nonetheless, road conditions can deteriorate quickly with each storm, and there tend to be rather potent storms. Here we go with Storm 1, the early week storm. This is affecting more than a dozen states from Missouri to Maryland and Massachusetts. It will trigger shoveling and plowing operations, as well as de-icing activity at the airports. In some locations, snowfall rates may reach 1 to 2 inches per hour. Difficult for the road crews to keep up with. The worst conditions in terms of snow will extend from eastern Kentucky on to New Jersey and Delaware, generally 3 to 6 inches. Moderate snowfall includes the big cities, the major cities of Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Charleston, West Virginia. However, a pocket of heavier snow, there's the 6 to 12 inches over parts of northern Virginia, eastern West Virginia. Some totals could approach 14 inches. The heaviest zone may extend east through Washington, D.C., and part of the eastern shore of Maryland. This is going to put D.C. well ahead of the seasonal snowfall average, at least to date. As of this past day, D.C. had picked up 8.4 inches of snow, right on tap with where you would typically be, about 8.6 inches. Philadelphia, you're going to gain ground in your average to date of nearly 14 inches compared to about 5 inches you've seen so far this season. New York City's fared better than Philadelphia so far, but still well short of their average, which would be 17.8 inches to date. The zone from New York City to southern New England, that's going to be the northern edge of the accumulating snow, generally maybe 1 to as much as 4 inches, depending on your elevation. Now, should the storm strengthen when reaching the Atlantic coast at the very last minute, we could see some heavy snow develop in part of southeastern New England. In part of the southern edge of the wintry storm, ice will be creating dangerous travel from southwestern Virginia to southeastern West Virginia and northwestern North Carolina, while freezing rain occurs instead of sleet, or where it occurs rather than sleet. That glaze of ice can be substantial enough to weigh down trees, triggering some sporadic to regional power outages. For a time, sleet may reach as far to the southeast as part of the Raleigh, North Carolina metro area. Meanwhile, drenching rain from this storm and the next in the southeastern USA. Enough rain leading to urban and small stream flash flooding. Rounds of thunderstorms are also in store. Some of the severe weather centered on parts of the lower Mississippi Valley. Now, we've got, again, a series of storms. The track of each storm is going to be somewhat different. So heavy snow likely to fall on some of the major cities in the Midwest. Yeah, the next storm, which is going to be coming up right up midweek, is forecast to dump heavy snow on several Midwest major metropolitan areas, including Chicago, Detroit, and Kansas City, Missouri. Now, speaking of which, some of the, looks like Detroit, Chicago, you may very well be on top for the heaviest accumulating snow you've seen all winter, coming up with that midweek storm. This is going to be a larger, more northward tracking storm, bringing that heavier snow to portions of Interstate 70, 80, and the I-90 corridors Tuesday night to Wednesday night. Before then, racing toward northern New England Wednesday night and Thursday, like back-to-back systems. Accumulating snow from this storm east of the Rockies will extend nearly 2,000 miles from Colorado to Michigan all the way to Maine. Major travel disruption will occur. Snow falling on some of the busiest roads and airports in the country. This, as I mentioned, could easily end up being the biggest snowstorm of the winter so far for several Midwest cities, including Chicago and Detroit. Biggest single storm for Chicago at O'Hare was a mere 2.2 inches on January 10. Chicago and many other cities in the north central states are kind of lagging well behind your typical seasonal snowfall. Chicago has registered only 10 inches of snow as of Monday. You would typically be approaching 2 feet of snow. Snowfall in Kansas City above historical average to date, 3 to 6 inches across the city, and this storm will boost that departure. There will be a broad zone of 6 to 12 inches of snow and more. This is going to be a major winter storm that could close area roads, hundreds of flight cancellations and delays at major airport hubs, including Chicago and Detroit. It's just south of the heavy snow zone, again, that wintry mix of ice from central Oklahoma to the central and southern Appalachians on into central New England. Cities in the central states that can expect a slippery, wintry mix will include Oklahoma City, St. Louis, Indianapolis, on up into the Cleveland area. A substantial buildup of ice, perhaps the second of the week, in less than 48 hours, could lead to power outages and dangerous travel in portions of West Virginia and western Virginia. Once again, mainly along and northwest of the Interstate 81 corridor. This second system is likely to mostly bring just rain. Temperatures are going to warm up a bit for the Ohio Valley and much of the mid-Atlantic to southern New England. It's going to be tracking much further to the north than our storm here from Monday night to Wednesday morning. Now, since rain, mild, moist air will fall on some areas that are blanketed in its snow into Wednesday, dense fog may form. Could impact ground and air travel in the Ohio Valley and the Northeast, and yet another storm coming up this weekend for the central and eastern states. Now, compared to the Wednesday-Thursday storm, that third system could take a track further to the south and maybe be the strongest of the three this week, with substantial severe weather in the southeast. And don't let up. At least two more storms will follow next week as this February frenzy of storms continues. Rounds of heavy rain, the risk of flash flooding, with severe weather in the south, central, and southeastern USA. It is a very busy weather pattern here for the month of February. But it truly looks like Punxsutawney Phil got it right, with plenty of wintry weather in the mix. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, as we kick things off here on a Tuesday, hello to Philly Dan, who says, good morning from the city of brotherly love and Super Bowl champions. All right, I believe, did I hear correctly, the Super Bowl parade is slated for Friday of this week, I believe it is. Can't help but wonder with this stormy weather pattern what Mother Nature has in store for you there in the Philly area come Friday, but a couple days away. Hello to Marianne. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Rubber Duck, home sweet home. No work today. So be safe, gang, and stay warm. Good afternoon. That would be Larry Hammerdown. Be safe, 20 degrees in New Paltz, New York. It's round one to Schenectady, back to Wilmington, Delaware. Reloading for round two. Trying to get ahead of the snow. All right. Hello, Big Ed. Are you with me? Waiting on the snow and the ice in northern Oklahoma. Hello to Pat. Steve, in regards to America Rock Salt in Mount Morris, New York, they're struggling with maintenance and underbid the Cargill mine. It's poor management, nothing to do with prolonged winter conditions. We were talking about issues with a lack of salt impacting much of the state of New York last evening. All right, Double Trucker, hello there, 24 in Lodi. We're ready for another snow and more about this storm coming to Buffalo and the Ohio area. Anyway, waiting on my trailers to arrive at the Loves. I'll check in later on the home of free speech, Rumble. Hello, good morning to all. There's Josh. All right, Big Ed went and did my post-Super Bowl heart checkup. I'm alive for 6 months. Okay, hopefully longer. Okay. Northern Illinois, there's Roy. Good evening. It's looking like maybe 6 or 7 inches with that midweek storm Wednesday here in northwest Illinois. Yeah, they're saying you're up in that zone where it may be the biggest one snowfall event you've seen all season long. Hello, Norman. Check it in from the home 20, waiting for the weather to move in. In other words, the Big Tipper is parked tonight. But everybody have a good morning. Gonna snow here in north central Kansas. Hello, Jerry. Hello, Steve. Everyone, thank you for getting those deliveries in, regardless of what's going on around you. Thank you to Hot Shot Secret and the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Praying for the people involved in the huge train wreck yesterday. And don't forget to tell them you love them every chance you get. Did you see the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, has signed a memorandum about changing the name of Fort Liberty back to Fort Bragg? Yeah, kind of the back and forth. Fort Bragg, numerous bases around the country were changed during the previous administration. And yes, he did sign that this past day. What had for a brief period been Fort Liberty is going back to Fort Bragg. Hello to Jeffrey in Florida. Welcome back, Steve, and the Hot Shot family. Very good. Gilligan is on board. Hello, Steve, fellow listeners. It's cloudy, cool at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia. They're talking 4 to 6 inches of snow at the GMA and BS Enterprises skyscraper starting tomorrow in the late morning. Everybody keep a shiny side up out there. Indeed. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour. It's 2 for Tuesday. That means somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. Throw in the breakers. The FR3 antenna is up. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Hammer down. 32 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Mayday, mayday. It's time to send out a search and rescue team. The two-time world champion manure hauler hasn't been seen or heard, hide nor hair, in months now. If he and Big Sexy ran off, or the inbred redneck cashed in all of his Bitcoin, and all three of them maybe hit the high seas, a little heads up would be the polite things to do, if you know what I mean. Well, until that varmint crawls out from under his rock and dials up 844-844-3388, snuggle up to whomever, whatever, throw another log on the fire, or yes, you can be like Big Ed. Are you with me? Indeed. Rock Pick, good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently, Rochester International Airport, clouds 20 degrees. Happy Taco Tuesday, all you hardworking Americans. Just keep in mind, spring is near. 9 days until spring training opens with Chicago versus the LA Dodgers. Everybody watch out for the other driver out there. All right, Bill, what do we have here? A message. Good morning, Steve, from Atlanta. I need to report an Amber Alert On behalf of the Beaver Dam, Wisconsin Police Department, a 16-year-old girl, Sophia Martha Franklin, was taken early Monday morning from her home in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Now, this is February 3rd by 40-year-old Gary Day from Cabot, Arkansas. So, driver, please keep an eye out for a 2014 black Buick LaCrosse. It's got an Arkansas license plate, BBR, Boy Robert 20L, or it could be a Pennsylvania number, KGW 5186. He has been changing plates to avoid police. He may be heading back to Arkansas, could be heading anywhere. Gary is very dangerous. Apparently, if seen, call 911 or the Beaver Dam Police. You can look up for more information on the Beaver Dam Police Department or the Dodge County Sheriff's Office website, where they've got pictures of the missing girl and the abductor. Sophia is 3 months pregnant. Pray that she is found safe. All right. Thanks for passing that on, Steve. You got it. All right, we'll get to some of the other listening friends coming up here. Taco Tuesday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Any steel coming into the United States is going to have a 25% tariff.
What about aluminum, sir?
Aluminum, too.
President Trump is signing executive orders to bring 25% tariffs on imported steel and aluminum. During his first presidency, Trump imposed 25% tariffs on steel and 10% on aluminum. The effort on Monday includes provisions intended to reinstate the full power of steel tariffs. Officials say a collapsed landing gear is the apparent cause of a deadly plane crash at Scottsdale Airport near Phoenix. Airport spokeswoman Kelly Keister says the crash involved two business jets.
At 14:39, a Learjet aircraft on its arrival from Austin veered off the runway and collided with another jet, a Gulfstream 200 aircraft that was parked.
One person was killed in the Monday afternoon crash. A fire department spokesman says 3 people were taken to the hospital, 2 with life-threatening injuries. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. boy, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Around the country, what's on your mind? It is 844-844-3388. Little confusion out there. Yeah, we've got the two-time world champion bull hauler, a.k.a. Lauren Weiss. Yeah, he did check in last evening. Yeah, the two-time world champion manure hauler, a.k.a. the Carolina monkey gouger, is indeed still missing in action. Very, very good. Hillbilly Tex, hanging on for the ride, tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. Exit 81 off of I-75 tonight. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Hello to Ron, who checked in. He said, last night was my first trip in the Big Tipper. Everything went good, got unloaded and back home. Norman's getting old and needs his rest. And he kind of laughs. Okay. Hello to Jacqueline, 32 degrees in Wilmington. You know me as Sunshine. All right, well, hello, Sunshine. I remember that handle. It's been a while. All right, let's see. Train wreck in Nebraska. You got anything on that? I actually had not seen, but I'm sure I can pull that up post-haste. I'll do so here. And hello to Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve. All the listeners out there. I'm a little under the weather, so it'll be lights out for me pretty soon. I really don't care for those bad four-letter words I'm hearing all day. Everybody stay safe and, as always, be blessed. Love y'all. Have a great day. This old lady's going to sleep. All right. 4 letters like S-N-O-W. Because she is in that zone where, they got the winter storm warning coming up for later today there. Meanwhile, under industry headlines, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration providing emergency relief from the hours of service rules for truckers hauling live chickens due to the spread of avian influenza. They have now issued a regional emergency declaration in response to the spread of the highly pathogenic avian influenza, resulting in the widespread loss of chicken flocks in affected areas, impacting population, of course, and the national food supply, including the supply of eggs and its effects on people and property, including immediate threats to human life, public safety, and public welfare. So this, like so many other, providing regulatory relief from 49 CFR 395.3, the FMCSA regulations for motor carriers and drivers when it comes to the hours of service. Those providing direct assistance to the emergency transporting live chickens from areas impacted to the unaffected areas. This will remain in effect until the end of the emergency, or 11:59 p.m. on March 10. At this point, whichever happens first, there's the typical list of restrictions there. And, of course, we had touched, many are just kind of getting their week started here. Monday night, first night out for the new week. Late last week, kind of catching everybody by surprise, we knew Jack Cooper had been in the headlines losing that major contract with Ford. The latest is they're going to be winding down operations, laying off thousands of workers after unsuccessful contract negotiations over the weekend. Now, this was with General Motors. Jack Cooper Transport will lay off approximately 2,500 workers as it winds down operations permanently. According to the report from the Detroit Free Press, the layoffs after longtime customer General Motors has now opted to cancel their partnership. Of course, this coming just weeks after they lost their contract with Ford. Of Jack Cooper's 2,500 workers, about 700 supported the Ford operations. Over 1,000 supported the GM operations. GM and Jack Cooper were involved, they say, in intense contract negotiations late into Friday night. When those negotiations stalled, GM reportedly started using other trucking companies to haul auto shipments that started Saturday morning. They issued a stop shipment order on Thursday amid those contract negotiations due to the risks of leaving millions of dollars worth of vehicles in limbo in the event that the negotiations failed. Well, now, in just a few weeks, the 100-year-old auto hauler has lost its largest and second largest customers, both of whom had been partners for decades. On February 8th, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters Central Region Vice President and Car Haul Division Director Arvil Thompson issued a statement on the ongoing crisis at Jack Cooper Transport and its impact on Teamsters in the Car Haul Division. Jack Cooper friends and members, we have had a terrible couple of weeks. First with Ford Motor Company and now with General Motors. I wanted to let you know the International Brotherhood of Teamsters and the Car Haul Division are working on this problem. This is as bad as it gets, but we will get through it. Precision Vehicle Logistics will take over for Jack Cooper at some Ford facilities, according to KMBC. According to Teamsters Local 745, the union has successfully reached an agreement with Precision Vehicle Solutions to ensure a smooth transition for yard operations. Now, Teamsters said at least 30 Jack Cooper drivers, potentially more, depending on the Standing Seniority Committee hearing, will be transferred to Precision to run the long shuttle work to Midlothian in their own classification. But as we know, founded in 1928 as a hauler for General Motors in Kansas City, Jack Cooper had grown to become one of the largest fleets of finished vehicle carriers in the entire country. Wow. So obviously, I guess if they're going to be winding down operations completely, that means, what, they'll be selling off? Many of these car haul vehicles will be transferred to other carriers, and all that auto freight's going to be moved by, I guess, handful of different smaller operations. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. All right, good morning, everybody, from Randy, a.k.a. Pack Rat, in the house tonight. It's a brisk 34 degrees in Kokomo, Indiana, taking a load of buttermilk to Louisville so they can make buttermilk biscuits. Hope everybody's staying safe out there. Taco Tuesday, S&D. What's going on, Horse Feathers? You got the shovel all shined up, ready to go, the plow ready to start pushing snow?
Oh, absolutely. There, we take the shovel there and we put that FR3, that friction-reducing liquid there. We sprayed and wiped that all over it there. You know that? Do you remember there? I believe it was the Christmas Vacation movie there, where Clark Griswold there has the silver disc and he's got it all shined up and puts that secret fluid on it. Yeah, buddy. Yep. So we're going to try out the snow shovel there and see how we make out with that there. I'm thinking that snow is just going to be flying off the shovel. So anyway, is there going to be a Super Bowl party in Philadelphia? Did you see that after the game there the other night, the locals in town started a bunch of fires?
Yeah, I saw that. I guess it goes hand in hand with a bunch of drunks out there celebrating in the middle of the night. They had a few issues, right?
Yeah, and then not only that, at some point there, I don't know when it was compared to the game, but apparently one of their transportation authority trains, the SEPTA, the Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority there, one of their trains caught on fire. And they had to move all the passengers to the back of the train while they were trying to get it to come to a stop. And it sounded like a kind of a scary situation there.
Yeah, it was 350 passengers on board, and then they all started smelling something and suddenly had to move to the back of the train, go back. Well, at least everybody got off safely, I guess.
Yep. And then over on the other side of the state, out there in Pittsburgh, I guess they had a big warehouse or factory, had a big fire, possible explosion. So I don't know what's going on in Pennsylvania, Your Honor. Seems to be a lot of fire going on in there. I don't know. It just maybe we just have too much news and we know too much about it. But anyways, so I'm trying to figure out, I'm seeing people leaving Washington, D.C. I'm trying to figure out if they're evacuating because of Doge, Your Honor. Do you think it's possible that some of these people that I see driving out of Washington, D.C. at a high rate of speed are leaving because of Doge and the findings of this exorbitant spending that's been going on?
Yeah, that keeps getting deeper. That's getting deeper with each passing day, huh?
Did you happen to catch the one there from, I guess it would have been a Pentagon type thing that for the Air Force, I didn't figure out who it was, but they were talking to in a committee there that he had a bag of bearings, press bearings for turbines, for jet engines, for the United States Air Force.
Yeah.
And it was a bag you could hold in your hand, Your Honor. Just a bag of bearings. I don't know. There might have been a dozen, maybe 2 dozen of these round bearings. They're probably about inch in diameter, maybe 2 inches in diameter. As I say, you can hold them in your hand, and he's saying that they're made at any machine shop can make these bearings, and about all you need is a high school education. Do you know what that bag of bearings was being charged to the Air Force for purchase? Do you know what the purchase price was on that bag of bearings, Your Honor?
What was the exorbitant, unbelievable number?
$90,000. $90,000 for one bag of bearings.
Wow.
Yep. Our tax dollars at work, Your Honor. So I don't know. The Democrats are crying foul Democrats are crying foul, hitting below the belt, Your Honor. But I'm thinking I'm seeing more of them running away all the time. There seems to be more traffic leaving D.C. than coming in. I just haven't figured out who it is yet.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess with all that, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what else we come up with. But I like this line by line thing we keep hearing there from our White House press secretary. She seems to not have any problem just rattling these things off there. How come she doesn't need a notepad to remember all this stuff, Your Honor?
Right.
You remember? And you remember we used to have that other press secretary there that, she'd always have to circle back around to it. What happened to circle back girl there? But anyways, we don't seem to be going back around. We just seem to be pushing forward and finding more and more. And so I don't know. The only thing I can say is have at it. It's about time, Your Honor. And it came across one clip there. Even Elizabeth Warren there, probably about 15 years ago, said that if there's bad spending, it should be chased after and people should be put in jail for it or something. So I don't know. We'll have to see where all this goes. But anyways, yeah. So you got storm after storm. I'll tell you what. You keep predicting forecasts like this, Your Honor, we might change radio stations.
Yeah. Well,
you can find one that doesn't.
Old Knucklebuster threatening to get send that persimmon switch up here.
I'm a thinking, Your Honor, but yeah. So we got storm after storm. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. It all depends on what the temperature is when these next, the one over the week, especially the one over the weekend, comes rolling around. Where we're at with the cold pushing down out of Canada and where we end up with. But yeah, we could definitely start equaling and exceeding our average snowfall. And I do have one question here. I think I asked you this before. When we got done with last year there, they were talking about the average rainfall for the year, and they were saying we had a deficit of like 11 inches or something like that at the end of the year. And now all of a sudden, a month or two in, we're at 2 or 3 inches above normal already, Your Honor. How do we go from 11 inches below normal to now 3-4 inches above normal? How does that work, Your Honor? We haven't had that much rain. But anyways, I guess with that nonsense, we'll let you go out there and do some due diligence, because I found myself a couple big old propane tanks that they're looking kind of thin.
Yeah, got some work to do.
We got to fill them up. Time for the propane ferry to show up, Your Honor. So, all right, we'll talk to you a little later.
That way they'll be well supplied, because they're going to need to generate some heat in the next few days. Big winter storms heading your way. So, yeah, at this moment, the big parade is slated for Friday, which, by the way, is Valentine's Day. The Super Bowl parade takes over the streets of Philadelphia. All right, so get your best excuse ready for calling out of work Friday. The celebration will stretch from the South Philly Sports Complex to the Rocky Steps at the Philadelphia Museum of Art, according to the city. The mayor says they'll be revealing more details this morning, Tuesday morning at 11 a.m. The school district of Philadelphia is expected to close for the celebration, obviously. Sources with knowledge of the planning say a district spokesperson told Axios while no decision has been made yet for Friday, historically, when a parade has happened in our city, the district has been closed. If they try to open schools, nobody shows up. I mean, the kids are all going to be out there with their parents and dancing in the streets. The Eagles appear to be preparing for massive crowds. Broad Street may be only 100 feet wide. We'll find a way to make room for everyone, according to the social media post from the team this past day. A little flashback when the Eagles last carried the Lombardi Trophy through Philly streets in 2018. All municipal office, schools, courts were closed for the day, and even trash and recycling was suspended for that. And one last tidbit, President's Day is actually Monday the 17th, so fans who joined the citywide party on Friday may actually be in for a 4-day weekend.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, hope your week's off to a good start here. Let me get to Rubber Duck. Morning, Rubber Duck.
Quack, quack. What's happening?
I guess you
got
some.
me?
Yes, sir. You got some input on the whole Jack Cooper thing. It's amazing. I mean, losing Ford in general, Ford and GM both. Wow.
It's sad, but so apparently the reason they lost GM is because they went back and said they wanted more money to stay in, because they needed more money to stay in business.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to rebid the contracts in the middle of the contract. And I'm not a contract guy, so that ain't me. But the whole thing has been in demise, oh, God, since the mid-'90s, late 90s. There was a big company called Fleet Car, which was put together of all owner-operators and lease purchase guys. And they grew from like 50 to 500 trucks in like 3.5 years because we picked up Ford work. We were hauling Explorers out of St. Louis to the dealers because at the time they couldn't get enough train cars to haul them. But we weren't taking them to the dealers. We were taking them to the yards where the union guys were so that they could deliver them to the end unit. We were taking the place of the train. We were beating the train because we were teams. We were beating the train by weeks at a time sometimes to places like Salt Lake. I remember loading in St. Louis and deadheading back from Salt Lake because the loads paid so good. But we weren't union. And we were called scabs. And they threw rocks at our stuff and broke the windows. They shot our cars up. They stole our keys. They cut our hydraulic lines. They did all kinds of great things, great stand-up things, because they wanted us to be union. Well, we didn't want to be union. We wanted to be businessmen. We wanted to work for ourselves. So that was the first set of sour grapes that I got in my mouth with them boys. Then it was Belvedere, Indiana, or Illinois. Had Kimmy with me. Kimmy was my co-driver, my partner, the person I was buying the truck with. Has a CDL. She's walking. First of all, we had to go in through the exit gate. We had to wait for all the union trucks to come out and had to go in through the exit, even though there was nobody in line going through the entrance gate.
Well, can you hold that thought, Rubber Duck? We got to pause there, but yeah, we'll be right back.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has directed the military to put a pause on the recruitment of transgender individuals. Hegseth is also ordering the suspension of planned procedures for current service members with gender dysphoria. This comes along with President Trump's executive order, which essentially bans trans military service. A pause on President Trump's buyout offer to federal employees is being extended.
A federal judge in Boston extended his block on Monday that impacts over 2 million federal employees and issued a temporary restraining order. It comes after he initially paused the buyout offer late last week. I'm Lisa Taylor.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has signed an executive order to further prepare for urban firestorms.
The order directs the State Board of Forestry to accelerate a regulation called Zone Zero, which requires an ember-resistant zone within 5 feet of a structure. It also tasks the Office of the State Fire Marshal with releasing updated fire hazard severity zones. The order requires CAL FIRE and the California Office of Emergency Services to work with local and federal partners to improve resources.
Officials say one person has died after 2 business jets collided on the ground at Scottsdale Airport in Arizona.
We have 5 souls, 1 DOA, 2 immediates that have been transported to local trauma centers, 1 delayed stable to a local hospital.
Scottsdale Fire Department spokesman Dave Folio said another person was extricated from one of the jets. The FAA says a Learjet veered off the runway after landing and crashed into a Gulf Stream. The accident happened around 2:40 local time. Scottsdale Airport's around 20 miles outside of Phoenix and used primarily by business jets.
I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed higher to start the week.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 167 points. The S&P 500 rose 40 points. The Nasdaq climbed 191 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
An investigation is underway after swastikas were found carved into a sidewalk in Sacramento. The symbols were spotted during the weekend. There was one large swastika with several smaller ones found around it.
There are organized groups out there trying to promote their messages that Jews are not welcome in the community.
Max Paulette with the Jewish Community Relations Council of Sacramento, speaking with KCRA, he further stated that they're going to file a hate crime report with the Sacramento Police Department. National Secretary Advisor Mike Waltz defends President Trump's attempts to reshape the U.S. Agency for International Development.
Waltz told NBC's Meet the Press the organization spends money in ways that don't support strategic U.S. interests.
We need to realign their mission and line it up with the president's foreign policy vision.
He went on to say USAID isn't as effective at providing international humanitarian aid as its proponents claim. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The cost of insuring your car is eating up more of the family budget.
The cost of auto insurance is up 12% from last year, eating up about 3.4% of the typical family budget. Prices are lowest in Washington, D.C., Boston, and Seattle. Bankrate says Orlando, Detroit, and Tampa are pricey, but Miami has the most expensive car insurance at $5,100 a year, or nearly 7% of average household income. I'm Rory O'Neill.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
I do see our Lauren Weiss, our two-time world champion bull hauler, is on board. 25 degrees in Kingdom City, Missouri, as he offers up a special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Callaway Livestock Center. And there's Mr. Jack. Good morning, Steve, from Lexington, Kentucky this morning. It's good to have you with us. All right, back at it. Thank you, Rubber Duck. Thanks for hanging in there.
Thanks for keeping me on. So we would have to go through the exit gate. We weren't good enough to come through the entrance gate, which was one way of holding us up because we weren't Teamsters. So Kim and I are there loading, pulling cars together, and she would go grab them, inspect them, bring them to me, put them at the ramps. Sometimes, put them on the decks, but she didn't go out to the top 2 spots. She didn't really like those. And today's her happy anniversary of hanging off the lift gate for about 3.5 hours sideways in a brand new Shelby GT500 Super Sig back in the day. So these people, the union has a van that drives their drivers around to pull their cars. They put 10 or 11 of them in the van. They see Kim walking, and they stop her. And it's typical Belvedere, Illinois winter weather, minus negative nothing. Wind's blowing, it's cold. It stinks up there because there ain't nothing to break the wind. They make her walk all the way back to the truck, get her wallet, and show them her CDL. Then they make her walk all the way back to the car that she was going to go ahead and pull. They don't give her a ride back. It was anything they could do to make it difficult for us. I've been parked at motels, had my truck broke into, my briefcase took out of my truck with all my fuel receipts, all my IFTAs, all my paperwork, and the keys to my load. You don't do that. You do not mess with another man's truck. You don't mess with another man's load. That's not right. Like I said, we had loads shot up going down the highway in Delaware. And unfortunately, I think this is going to get silly like that. Because they said that the people at the plants that assemble the cars and build the loads, they're still Teamsters. So they're going to make sure that their people get their jobs back. You had things saying that Precision is, which is Proficient, and it's Deluxe Auto Transport and Delta Auto Transport. It's a group of companies that got put together about 6, maybe 8 months ago. They became bigger than, I'd say the biggest non-union carrier is United Road Service out of Michigan, and that would probably be Hanson and Adkins. But these guys came in and stepped into being number 2 because of the amount of trucks that they put together. But they were on GM dedicated work. They're paying owner-operators well over $100 and some an hour to stay on a GM dedicated contract. That's from the time you leave the plant with the load to the time you get back, as long as you stay dedicated to GM. Those boys they're doing fine. So I can't figure out how they say that they're going to get it done cheaper, because these non-union carriers are coming in now. It's not going to go up for bid. It's going to go up for, we need you to come move our stuff to get our dealers built up. Can you see the people that bought Corvettes now being told, your car was on a truck Wednesday, but we took it off the truck Wednesday, and here it is Tuesday morning, and we still don't have a carrier to put your car on to get it to you.
So
those people are going to be a little upset.
So my line of thinking, I mean, if they're winding down operations, all these employees, that's what they will probably liquidate all these car hauled trucks, and these other carriers will buy them up and maybe hire some of those drivers that are working for them.
Well, they'll definitely hire the drivers, but the drivers are going to come. They're not going to do what's expected of you to get the job done, because they're going to come with that. That's not my job. My auction cars, the battery's dead. I have to carry a 15, 20-pound jump box in to get it started. My trade-ins that I bring from, a buy here, pay here lot is my biggest bread and butter. We built it into the rate that we were going to have to jump start every car on and off the truck in the wintertime, without a doubt. And last week, 8 out of 9. Had to jump them to get them on, had to jump them to get them off. They're going to stand there and say, I want the lot guy to do this. That's not my job. And they're going to have to understand that that is your job. That's part of customer service. They need to get their car off the lot to the auction or from the auction to the lot. And it's the same thing as a new car. All the dealer wants is the car off the plant's property on a truck, delivered damage-free to his dealership so he can sell it, because they're paying for those cars. They're on floor plans. And that's a lot of money that these guys are writing checks for, and sometimes not even having the cars. But it's, like I said, it's very sad that, they said 1,172 drivers, but then there was another company that they just bought more transport out, and made those guys owner-operators, but let them, also made them Teamsters. So those guys had truck payments. They had a signed lease, that they were held obligated to. They weren't allowed to wiggle out of it if it wasn't working for them. But now, and those guys, I have one good friend that's making good money doing it. Now those guys are stuck. They don't have, can they use their truck that they had the tags for, that they paid the insurance for, that they were making the payments on, and keep the freight? No, because you're not going to deal with Jack Cooper. So, yeah, those poor guys, I think that's where it gets to like 2,000 people, and it sucks. And all it's going to do is, unfortunately, take that side of the business and just drive the rates down. And it's not good. They've been, for 97 years, they were the standard. Without the union, I couldn't command, without them getting their pay. I'm not sure what their mileage rate is now, but I couldn't demand my percentages. I didn't get paid by the mile, but I didn't settle for 20% of what the truck grosses. I might have started at 22%, but I renegotiated. And it's, I don't get free health care. We pay for insurance. My retirement is on me. It's not in a Teamster fund. And, I hope that these guys, there's guys that have been there 30 years that were getting ready to retire, but couldn't retire because they changed the contract and they had to be of a certain age. You couldn't retire at 55 if you started at 20 with 30 years and get your benefits. You had to work it out to 62. So it's not a good thing. But I think I woke Mama up. I hear her out on the back porch.
Well, I appreciate you
the
checking
dog.
in.
Well, and then the new dog, Big Z,
yes,
a replacement golden retriever. Boy, I think our other dog made room for him to be in our life. He knew his life was ending, and he made this dog available to us. God did, and he's awesome. He's a cool dog. He's out here too. I had to tell him he had to be quiet.
That's good. All right.
He's on the radio.
That's cool.
All right.
Thanks
Anyway.
for the update, Rubber Duck. There you go. Losing one of your fur babies is a tough thing, right? About 15 past the hour. Well, late last week we were talking about the incidents with airlines, things that happen, celebrity fatalities. They come in threes. And we had our third incident involving an airline crash in like 10 days' time. That was the plane that had disappeared from radar in Alaska. Ultimately, the bodies have been recovered. All 10 on board were deceased. They recovered that plane over the weekend. And an incident occurring Monday afternoon. One dead after an airplane crashed into a parked plane after landing at Scottsdale, Arizona, Monday afternoon. According to Scottsdale Fire Department, 3 others were injured, 2 in critical condition, taken to Metro Phoenix hospitals. The runway was shut down after the crash happened about 2:30 Monday afternoon. Scottsdale Fire was on the scene with several trucks. had to extricate one person who was trapped in one of the planes. 4 people were aboard the Learjet that ran into a parked Gulfstream jet, which had one person on board. Officials said it appears the landing gear failed on the plane, which was owned by Motley Crue lead singer Vince Neil. According to the filing with the Wyoming Secretary of State, it appears that he was not on board, but officials decline to identify those who were injured or killed. Scottsdale fire captain said crews from Glendale, Phoenix, and Scottsdale responded to the airport. One person refused treatment, he said, but it was not the person who needed extricated. Additional hazmat units inspected the surrounding buildings and gave them the all clear. The aviation director from Scottsdale Airport offering his thoughts and prayers to the crash victims. It is certainly a tragedy that occurred. Kelly Crewster, an aviation planning and outreach coordinator for Scottsdale Airport, said Neil's Learjet, Vince Neil, was arriving from Austin, Texas, and veered off the runway before colliding with the Gulfstream G200 jet that was parked on private property. It appears the left main gear failed upon landing, resulting in the accident. The Gulfstream jet was at the airport since January 31st, according to the flight records. Crewster said officials with the National Transportation Safety Board are on the scene, and they are taking over the investigation there. So, again, 2 small planes involved, yet another aviation incident. Sometimes mechanical issues occur. If you land and one side of the landing gear fails, you're pretty much out of control. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, for our friends out west, you'll have an opportunity to stop by and shake hands. Some of our Hot Shot Secret representatives at the World Ag Expo, the Agriculture Expo, that kicks off today, February 11th through the 13th in Tulare, California. If you're going to be making it by the big World Agriculture Expo, stop by the Hot Shot Secret booth at booths number 3824 and 3825. Right, World Ag Expo. Yes, it starts at 9 o'clock this morning. All about farming. They say be there to experience the future of farming firsthand. Over 100,000 attendees and 1,200 exhibitors. Nearly 2.6 million square feet. All the latest cutting-edge innovation in agriculture. So you'll learn all about it. The World Ag Expo. That's a big one there when it comes to agriculture. Again, Tulare, California. Starts today. Our number, 844-844-3388. What else did we have in the mix? I'm going to flip back over to the email bag. Because the internet, I'm seeing this post, folks sharing it. It's not necessarily factual. Let's try to stick with the facts, right? The internet is ablaze with these rumors that the Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro actually played a role in the assassination attempt on Trump. It has gained traction after a supposed federal whistleblower, a former Pennsylvania State Police employee, filed a criminal complaint. How much of this is factual? How much is just speculation? All right, the allegation surfaced via social media. Post from accounts claiming that a whistleblower linked Shapiro to the attempt on Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania. There are some documents circulating online, including a letter from the Butler County District Attorney, Richard Goldinger, referencing a private criminal complaint, but explicitly stating it was disapproved due to pending investigation. Now that brings posts from an account named Pennsylvania Arrest Warrants that claims that FBI Director Christopher Wray and other government officials had conspired to block the investigation. According to those posts, the Biden administration allegedly prevented the Secret Service and the FBI from pursuing the case. So what does the official record say? There is currently no verified legal record of any charges or official investigations involving Shapiro in connection with the assassination attempt of Trump. Now, the Butler County District Attorney's Office letter acknowledges the receipt of a private criminal complaint, but does not confirm any legal action. So with the internet abuzz, the allegations have social media users, Trump supporters calling for an independent investigation. Others say this is just a politically motivated attack against Shapiro. Some accounts using the controversy to push conspiracy theories about the deep state. So, despite all the widespread speculation, the facts versus the fiction, here's what we actually know. A private criminal complaint was filed against Shapiro. The Butler County District Attorney disapproved the complaint. There is no official confirmation of any criminal charges or federal investigation. And there, we know social media claims of a cover-up are not verified. So they I'm glad I found this, they point out, unless an official law enforcement body announces some sort of an active investigation, all this is speculation. Spreading unverified information can fuel misinformation and cause unwarranted panic. If legitimate updates arise, they will come from reputable news outlets and government sources. At this point, the allegations against Josh appear to be based on unconfirmed reports rather than any solid evidence. Social media posts oftentimes stir controversy, yes. Factual reporting from law enforcement or verified news sources remain the best way to separate the truth from the fiction. I know there are folks that would question that as well. But with kind of new leadership in town, like I said, I've seen the post on this running rampant on the likes of Facebook and YouTube post and things like that. All right, we're rolling up on Newsbreak there. It looks like Eagle wants to talk a little bit about, first of all, the Super Bowl. And I know he's supposed to be headed down to Daytona for the Daytona 500 coming up this weekend. I guess some of the practice gets underway, on Wednesday, practice sessions. Yeah, you've got what do they refer to them now? The dual races. Yeah, you have your individual qualifying, and then the duels will be taking place there Thursday afternoon and evening. You got all the other, you got the Truck Series and the Xfinity, and all running down in Daytona this weekend. Of course, the Daytona 500 coming up Sunday afternoon. All right. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. It is a Taco Tuesday, according to the lovely Dingbat. She's got our Tuesday edition of Interesting Facts. Mr. Peabody warming up the Wayback Machine. So while we're waiting for it to come up to warm, Wilson found a few things for us all today. Today is National Promise Day. Today is National Wear a White Shirt Day. I failed at that. It is National Inventors Day. It is National Peppermint Patty Day. It is Don't Cry Over Spilled Milk Day. And lastly, it is National Guitar Day. Okay, it's 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Any steel coming into the United States is going to have a 25% tariff.
What about aluminum, sir?
Aluminum, too.
President Trump is signing executive orders to bring 25% tariffs on imported steel and aluminum. During his first presidency, Trump imposed 25% tariffs on steel and 10% on aluminum. The effort on Monday includes provisions intended to reinstate the full power of steel tariffs. Officials say a collapsed landing gear is the apparent cause of a deadly plane crash at Scottsdale Airport near Phoenix. Airport spokeswoman Kelly Keister says the crash involved two business jets.
At 14:39, a Learjet aircraft on its arrival from Austin veered off the runway and collided with another jet, a Gulfstream 200 aircraft that was parked.
One person was killed in the Monday afternoon crash. A fire department spokesman says 3 people were taken to the hospital, 2 with life-threatening injuries. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
I got a lot to cover here on a Tuesday morning. Let's get right back to the phones here. So, Super Bowl weekend in the books. Eagle, what'd you think? What a blowout that was.
Yeah, Steve, man, that game, I just left home today. Yeah, that game was so bad last night. I couldn't even call in last night. I was so pissed off. That was pathetic. That 24-0 at halftime. I damn near turned the TV off at halftime. It wasn't a good game at all. I'm glad I didn't place no bet or no money. That's probably one of the worst Super Bowls I've seen in a long time. You know, it's the score, the game, and you know that the game wasn't even as close as the final score. Mm-hmm. A lot of the last two touchdowns were garbage touchdowns by Kansas City, you know, just to make it look like they showed up. But the game was actually worse than what the score shows. It was bad. It was real bad. Like I say, I damn near turned the thing off after the third quarter. It was basically not worth watching. I went to bed. I was gonna call in last night, but yeah, I was so frustrated. I said, "The hell with it. I'm going to sleep." It was in the halftime. I already knew that was gonna be a joke. That was the worst halftime. Everybody is saying that all over the internet. That's the worst halftime in the history of the NFL. That's just terrible. That was embarrassing what that guy did. He should never show his face again, Steve. He should never show his face again in public after what he did. That was just pathetic. You know, everybody's talking bad about him, and then the only good thing that happened last night, Steve, was that Taylor Swift got booed out of the stadium. That was the best thing that I seen all night long, was when the fans booed Taylor Swift and she got the hell out of the stadium. She left early. She even left her boyfriend. I don't know if she with Travis Kelce no more. From what they saying, she didn't stick around to wait for him after the game. So I don't know. Their relationship might be on the rocks from what they saying on news reports.
All right.
But Donald Trump was talking a lot of trash about Taylor Swift. I don't know if you read some of the comments that Donald Trump said about Taylor, but there's no love, because she is a Democrat and she supported Kamala Harris, and she said a lot of bad stuff about Donald Trump. So Donald Trump, he was rubbing it in with her last night, saying that she got booed out of the stadium. So, and that's exactly what she deserves, is boos. Because I don't like her or her music, to be real honest with you. But yeah, like I said, Steve, the main thing is that that everything went off safe. There wasn't no injuries. They didn't with the like what would happen January 1st. But I want to say one quick thing before I get to NASCAR, Steve, and that's about the behavior of the Philadelphia Eagle fans. They really, like I said, we already know a lot of people are classless. And they showed that last night. It's okay to celebrate, Steve, but you don't have to tear the city down. You don't have to fight with the police, set fires. Usually, what they did last night was totally uncalled for in Philadelphia. They showed what kind of class they have. When you can celebrate the winning of your team without doing all that. They really embarrassed the city of Philadelphia last night with what they did. I think I heard some people a couple of people got shot from what I heard. So, it ain't no surprise, in Philadelphia, if anybody's ever been there, the type of people that live in Philadelphia, no surprise whatsoever to see that type of behavior. I've always called Philadelphia, Steve, South New York. That's basically what it is. South New York City. You just jump on the turnpike and roll south. And then the same people you see in New York City is down living in Philadelphia. In Delaware, same deal. So, like I said, there's no shock at all whatsoever with the behavior. I'm just surprised more individuals didn't get shot last night, to be honest with you. But yeah, now to get to the before I get to the ugliest woman in the history of politics, Steve, because I got to say something about Maxine Waters and what she did on Friday. This woman makes me sick. But I want to say something about the NASCAR, because I'm rolling now. Well, I'll be rolling in the morning. I've already left home, but I'm headed towards Atlanta, Georgia, and then after I deliver this load in Atlanta on Thursday, I'll be rolling to Daytona. But I don't know. I'm hearing some bad news that they might have some rain on Sunday, so I hope it don't rain on Sunday because they can't race they can't race on Sunday if the track is wet. I've seen some weather reports saying there might be some rain, so that's not good news. But they do have lights. They got lights at Daytona, so they may have to run it at night. Because I never have lights, Steve. I never have like putting. A lot of people be very disappointed. Because a lot of people got to go back to work. When they postpone the race and put it to Monday. That inconveniences a lot of people because a lot of people can't hang around until Monday for the race. So hopefully they'll get some clean weather, if not during the day, at least at night where they can run the race so people can see it, because it's not fair to the fans that spend their money going to the race and then they cancel the damn race and schedule it for Monday, and then the stands are empty and a lot of people had to go back home. So hopefully they'll be able to get it off on Sunday. That's what I'm hoping for. So I'll try to keep up with the weather. Maybe you could update throughout the week, what's going on.
Right. Yeah, I'll be working on that. All right, hang on a second there, Eagle. I was trying to do just that. We'll get your update. Right now, we're still days away. So the forecast is kind of referring to possible showers, maybe even some thunderstorms. But this far out, it's typically, as the case is, difficult to have an accurate forecast. See what we're pulling up. There's all these alternatives that can come into play, but right now the forecast for Sunday, race day at the 500, does not look as though it's going to be dry. 75% chance of rain right now. Of course, with rain, once again, comes plenty of cloud cover and a chance of thunderstorms, although the threat is still less than on Friday. That being said, right now, it looks like variable clouds throughout the day. Remains to be seen what the impact of showers and thunderstorms could have on the 500, and, of course, the timing. But you've got action starting Wednesday as things get underway with first practice. That's looking pretty friendly. Sun and warm temperatures in the forecast right now. 84 degrees, they're saying. Thursday, weather that will be the case on Thursday or the rest of the week. Duels 1 and 2 are set to take place Thursday night. Temperatures expected to be mild. Occasional showers are currently forecast through the evening. 60% chance of rain. Friday, it looks like the weather's looking even worse for the second practice session. A nearly 90% chance of rain in the forecast, maybe even more concerning as a thunderstorm is predicted to hit during the day. Cloud cover it's expected to be at 96%. Then Saturday, things right now look to be drier as the Cup Series cars take through the third practice session. Slight chance of rain on the day, but forecast high of about 83. All right, there you go, Eagle. Welcome back.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, that didn't sound too good, Steve. You said 75% chance of rain. That's not good. It looked like the daytime. They might be able to do something at night, maybe, like I said earlier, and the daytime don't look too good. So, like I said, hopefully they'll be able to get it going, and later on in the day so people don't have to come back. Because I don't know if I'm going to be able to hang around. I don't know if my boss man going to let me hang around on Monday and watch the race. I may have to leave if they don't run it on Sunday. So I'm gonna be real disappointed if I have to leave. But I'm gonna try to talk to my boss man this week and let him know that the weather's not looking good, and maybe he can let me stay on Monday and give me a load on Tuesday, because the 75% don't look good at all. It don't sound good. But I want to say one quick thing, right quick, Steve, about Maxine Waters. I don't know if you've seen what she did on Friday. Really embarrassed herself and the Democrats when they went to the Board of Education and tried to force their way inside the building. And there was a man standing at the front door, and she verbally assaulted this man, questioning who he was and who he worked for and why was he denying them access to the building. I heard that Donald Trump might be interested in that, and he might want to do something about it, because the Democrats are totally out of control right now, Steve. With the squad, the four, and I heard they had another problem today with Omar and AOC and the other two losers that they got. But these Democrats, these people are just totally out of control. They got Donald Trump syndrome real bad. Donald Trump is on their mind 24 hours a day. 7 days a week. These people ought to be ashamed of themselves, Steve. When are they going to realize that they lost the election fair and square, and Donald Trump is the president for the next 4 years, and there's not a damn thing they can do about it? These people are just disgusting, and they make me sick. And Donald Trump is only trying to make America great for everybody, and for some reason these people don't want that to happen. It's really disgusting that these individuals, people like her, Maxine Waters and the squad, are actually representing the people of America. They disgust me, and I thank you for taking my call.
All right, thank you much, Eagle. Yeah, well, weather changes on a daily basis, and while they're calling for like rain on Friday and rain on Sunday, it may just totally flip around. We know how that occurs on any given day. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on things here leading up into the weekend for the big Daytona 500. Yeah, over the years, I've had, obviously, many of different program directors, as they refer to them in the radio business. That's the boss. The guy you got to sit down with when it comes time for contract negotiations. For many years, the guy that you'd have to sit down with once a week who would critique your work, what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong. Yes, some were good, some were not necessarily so good, but one of my favorites of all times was Darrell Parks. I think he was my second or third PD at my previous employer, who actually got released several years before I did, because he actually spoke out and told the truth about the leadership at iSuck Radio. And when word got back to San Antonio, he was dismissed. But he was offering his thoughts on the Super Bowl and the whole Taylor Swift scenario. And this is the way he put it this past day, for those who actually care. But yeah, his prediction is this whole Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce thing is going to be over. Yeah, post haste. He said, you know it, I know it. It was the look. Yeah, we've all seen it in relationships. We can romanticize about it. But there's also, how shall I say it nicely, there's billion-dollar business convenience. Sunday night, you saw the end of the quid pro quo between Taylor Swift and the NFL. She won't be back at games next season. The past few seasons, Tay-Tay would bring her younger female tribe of fans to stadiums and television broadcast. Yeah, they did what they were told and bought lots of merchandise. The NFL reciprocated, constantly showing her cheering on a team on television's biggest broadcasts. She coveted the free commercial time and social media exposure to sell concert tickets and her merchandise. Did you realize 72 of the top 100 shows on television were NFL games last year? Yeah, do you really think this was all coincidental? He said, remember my rule number one. It's all about ratings and revenue. Taylor Swift and the NFL are among the biggest and most powerful marketing entities ever created by humans. Put them together, it's almost unholy. Like others, this partnership stayed together for too long, blinded by piles of money. Yet neither side realized when the love ended. For a few seasons, Tay-Tay was cheering on a team from Middle America that was loved. Baby faces. But this season, the Chiefs, in pro wrestling parlance, turned heel. The bad guys. That's okay for the Chiefs, but that's not the squeaky clean, hand-out friendship bracelets, shocked face image of Taylor and her Swifties, which brings us to Sunday night Super Bowl. The one thing Taylor Swift's brand cannot be is hated. Her brand as a performance is built upon giving love, sharing love, being loved. Last night, what they showed, when they showed her on the video screens, when she was booed, the look on her face, she cannot be a heel if she continues to co-brand herself with the Kansas City Chiefs. That's what she'll become, a heel. She's got a massive branding problem moving forward, and I'm pretty confident in saying she is aware. Yes, the conversation with Travis Kelce will be taking place soon. It will end with the predictable, I hope we can still be friends. Now, that's one man's thoughts, and there's a lot of discussion. We shall see. Someone, who was it last evening? I think Horsefeathers asked the question, is Taylor writing a new song about the end of a relationship right now? It's speculation. We'll see. But I think he's right that we will, in all likelihood, not see her back at the games next season. She's had enough. Yeah, the romance has ended. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, rolling into a Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, Terrific Tuesday, whatever it is. Brain Dead, what's happening out there?
Oh, I got the night off, Steve. They didn't have nothing for me to do.
No?
And, and I bet you're wondering what happened with the rest of the story why there was no history today is because we were having internet issues all day long. And where we live, our cell signal kind of is sketchy at best.
Yeah.
So we're supposed to have it fixed by in the morning because, we got all this lovely, what do they call that stuff? Rain coming through. I haven't seen that in a while. So
well, at least it's not snow. It could have been snow.
Steve, be glad you're not here because they're already probably Brother Rambler getting ready to do that. What do they call it? Exorcism on you. Saying that 4-letter S word there. I mean, come on now. But no, you were talking about NASCAR and the rain. NASCAR does have some wet weather tires that they do use, but I don't think they're going to pull them out for any super speedways. Now,
yeah, I think it's only on road.
Martinsville.
I think road courses is the only place they use the rain tires. Road courses.
Actually, they used them at Richmond last year at I can't remember if it was the spring race or the other race that they had at Richmond, and they liked how the outcome was, and Elton Sawyer said that they will not use those on a super speedway such as a Daytona or Talladega.
Right.
So I got some predictions for this year, Steve. Now, we've had kind of a crazy off season, if you know what I'm saying, a lot of silly season. But Legacy Motor Club, they had their fair share of growing pains from moving from Chevrolet to Toyota last year. And they're a young team, with John Hunter Nemechek and Eric Jones. But they're a long shot from winning a championship. I mean, you're talking 400 to 200 to 1 odds of getting a championship. I mean, they have one top 5 and 70 starts. So I'm just kind of curious as to how well they're going to do because if I remember right, Jimmy Johnson is scheduled to be in, and not scheduled to be in this, but he's going to be racing in this field. Hopefully Shaquille O'Neal is not going to be co-driving. Colleague Racing, AJ Allmendinger is going to return back to full-time Cup. He went down to Xfinity, I think, the last couple of years. And Ty Dillon joins over the team, which is Austin Dillon's brother. Allmendinger is the one going to be to watch in the playoffs, along with Shane Van Gisbergen, SVG. They are big-time road course drivers. I mean, you've got 6 road courses this year, and one of them is the Roval in the playoffs, and that is the elimination. Excuse me, the elimination for the race for the playoff round. Allmendinger is going to be a 200 to 1 odd to win a championship. Dillon's going to be a 500 to 1 odd to championship. Over at Spire, now Carson Hocevar is the new kid on the block, literally. They have a major shakeup during the off season with their roster. Michael McDowell is going to be he's going to be helping them out with Justin Haley. Justin Haley, they're going to say, is a 250 to 1 odds for the championship. Michael McDowell is going to be 170 to 1, and Carson Hocevar is going to be 130 to 1. So my prediction is McDowell will make the playoffs, but hopefully one of his teammates, like Hocevar, will join him. At Hayek, this year is a different look. JTG Daughtry is no more. They've changed to Hayek. And hopefully this team will be there'll be no change in the team from last year. I mean, Ricky Stenhouse, he wasn't quite up to par last year, and this is a new team. He's got a long odds, but will he actually get 2 wins this year? And he is a really good plate racer, and he is one of the ones I would be watching for in the Daytona 500 to be up there at the end. The Wood Brothers also is not one of the oldest NASCAR teams.
They had a big majors all-season change with Josh Berry. Josh Berry's a solid driver. He's going to be one of the ones to watch, the younger kids. 170-1 odds to win the championship, but also the Wood brothers will get win number 101 this year. But look for him to really perform at the short tracks like Iowa, Richmond, etc. Haas factory team, the old defunct Stewart Haas Racing, remember? Cole Custer moved from the Xfinity Series to this team. He did bring over with him the 2023 Xfinity Championship. He is a 250-1 odd of making a championship, but will he get to the championship? That's the bigger question, because I don't even think he's going to go into the playoff field at that.
Okay. Well, let me pause there, because we close out hour number 2. We'll be back momentarily. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Saturday at 12 o'clock, and after that, I would say all hell is going to break out.
President Trump said this afternoon that if every Israeli hostage was not released from Gaza by Saturday, he would call for an end of the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas.
And after that, it's going to be a different ballgame.
Trump said he would recommend the ceasefire in place since January should be canceled if all Israeli hostages were not released by noon on Saturday, after the Palestinian militant group's terrible threat earlier Monday to postpone any further hostage prisoner exchanges. Apparently, there's a leaker inside the FBI who's tipping off the media to large-scale immigration raids. Victor Avila fears this will stoke fear, which could lead to violence.
Eventually, someone is going to get hurt. The people putting the leaks in the memos, they don't care.
The LA Times published an article on Friday suggesting there are plans for large-scale immigration enforcement raids in Southern California before the end of the month. Tulsi Gabbard is a step closer to becoming the next director of national intelligence. She cleared a major hurdle this evening when the U.S. Senate voted along party lines to advance her nomination.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to.
The final vote to confirm the former Hawaii Congresswoman would be held either late tomorrow evening or early Wednesday. There's a growing call for the U.S. to shut down packages that are shipped from China. Packages of mystery seeds, which are sent with containers of an unknown fluid, began to arrive in multiple states, including Texas.
What I'm afraid of is they're testing our security, our biosecurity, and see what they can and can't get in.
State Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller says this time it seems to be flower seeds, but next time it could be an invasive species or even fentanyl. He wants the White House to send a message to China that we're on guard. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
I look forward to defending myself and defending the people of this city.
The Department of Justice is set to drop the federal corruption case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove has instructed the acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District to dismiss the charges as soon as possible.
Everyone that knows me knows I follow campaign rules and I follow the law.
Charges were brought against Adams last year in what was the first prosecution of a sitting mayor in New York City history. Several of R. Kelly's victims are seeking to collect some coinage.
They want more than $9 million from the former rapper. They say he still owes them. In 2023, Kelly was sentenced to decades behind bars in both New York and Chicago for sex crimes. He was also ordered to pay victims over $10 million. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A recent study published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology found that optimistic people tend to save more money over time.
The study's lead author said in a release that our research suggests optimism may be an important psychological resource that helps people save. Researchers looked at survey responses from over 140,000 people in the U.S., U.K., and 14 European countries measuring dispositional optimism and found that higher optimism was connected to more savings even in lower-income individuals. Researchers also found that the effect of optimism was greater among people with lower incomes. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by Science.
Now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Stephen, checking in from Simi Valley, California this Tuesday. I guess still Monday evening there in California, right? Got about an hour to go on your Monday. Well, hello, Sylvester. Hi, folks. It's a stunning 77 degrees here in Currambong, New South Wales, Australia. Finally, the sun is out. There's some blue sky. We leave for our cruise tomorrow. We're staying in the Rocks overnight. Before boarding for our 4-night cruise starting Thursday. Putting up some new security lights and organizing the garage. But looking forward to a cruise. It's been a long time since I've been on a cruise, and this will be Susan's first. But we're thankful for the chance to do this because God has blessed us immensely. All right, when I get back, I'll be taking over the management of an American barbecue restaurant that I've already been doing some work for. Love the show, Steve. Thanks for keeping us updated, providing real, no BS information. God bless you, brother. All right, enjoy the cruise. Yes, sir. Good times. Hello to Gerundio. Good morning, Steve. Thinking back on your previous program directors, just imagine if you had to have Sheila Jackson Lee as one of your PD bosses. Just try to imagine that. All right, never mind. Forgive me. I don't want to cause you long-term nightmares. There you go. Roy, yes, as we just heard in the news break there, Hamas better release those hostages by Saturday or all hell's going to break loose. Yeah, just heard Donald Trump say that. All right. You know, ain't playing no games. I know what's that mean? All hell breaks loose. Yeah, I don't think they want to find out. All right, back to Brain Dead. Yeah, we're talking some NASCAR news and notes.
Yeah, I probably want to hold on to this. Some of these for another day, but no, Richard Childress, last year was rough. I mean, Richard Childress lost over $3 million after all the controversy from last year. Remember the race at Richmond, or Austin Dillon took out Danny Hamlin and all of that. He lost $3 million. So he's got to make up for it. Now, the one thing to remember, though, Kyle Busch is going into this year on a winless streak and in a contract year. So what is to say he's going to be even racing in 2026? Because a lot of rumors out there are starting to circulate about him retiring, even though he's saying he's not retiring. Now, they're saying that Austin Dillon is about 150 to 1 odds of getting a championship, and this is going to be hopefully they said it's going to be a dramatic change this year, as he is 22 to 1 odds to win the championship. And I think those are kind of a long shot odds, very high odds. Because I don't even think if he makes it to the playoffs, I'm going to be not shocked, but I'm just going to be very shocked. Let's switch over to Trackhouse. Now, you know, Trackhouse, they expanded to 3 teams this year while they acquired one of the charters from SHR. Ross Chastain is looking to better his 2022 season, and now he has the money to do this with. He is one of the ones to watch for to get into the playoffs. He's a 30 to 1 odd. Shane Van Gisbergen, or SVG for this matter, he is a super road course racer. He came from down there in Sylvester's neck of the woods, running the supercars. And it's similar to a NASCAR, and they do the road courses. Look for him to be spoiler for the Roval. It's also his rookie year. They have him, Shane Van Gisbergen, as a 65 to 1 odds. Now Daniel Suarez is coming in. He is also a really good road racer, but he went winless. He went winless in 2023. Can he rebound with Mexico being this race in this year in the championship in Mexico? And championship odds are 120 to 1. RFK was another one of those that have expanded to 3 teams this off season. And Keselowski, who is a happy birthday, will reunite with his old Penske crew chief, Jeremy Bullins. They are going to be one of the new crew chief driver combinations to watch because they're reuniting. Championship odds, they say in this, is 28 to 1. Chris Buescher fell backwards last season after having an awesome 2023. So his odds are 40 to 1. Ryan Preece, this is going to be one of the rookies to watch. He is, he's really, really talented. I think he's going to win a race this year. And somebody made that bold prediction that he was going to win a race this year. And I don't think it's too far out of the norm, the realm. I do think Kyle Busch making a championship, that's going to be a little bit bolder, bigger prediction. But now the one thing he is bringing over to Keselowski's team is he has an engineering degree from the University of New Mexico, but he is a 250 to 1 odd. And Steve, I'm going to end with this here. 2311 Racing, they have all the controversy going on with all the lawsuits and all of that. They expanded to 3 teams this year. Tyler Reddick is going to improve from last year. Riley Herbert is a true rookie this year as he's making the jump to the Cup Series. But I don't think Riley's going to make it to the playoffs. I think Tyler's going to go deep into the playoff run. He might even go to like he did last year. And I would like to see him honestly win that championship, just as a middle finger to NASCAR. I'm not saying it's rigged, but each is their own.
Right.
Bubba Wallace missed the playoff last season, and now this year he has a rookie crew chief. Now I don't think he's going to make the playoffs, and if he does it, he's not going to go that deep. He'll probably get into the first round, but he won't get anywhere past it. His championship odds are 65 to 1. Tyler Reddick, like I said, he was on fire last year. I think he does win the championship. His odds are 8.5 to 1. And Riley, well, that's kind of hard to see. But Steve, you have a good morning. We'll catch up the rest of this on the next end.
All right. Well, enjoy the night off there. Get some rest with the hound dogs. The irony. 24 hours ago, right about this time yesterday morning, I was sharing the breakdown of how the trucking industry was flooded with new drivers and companies during the pandemic, right? We've spent the last 2.5 years trying to weed out and thin out the herd. And right now we're right about at equilibrium with the number of drivers we had prior to the pandemic beginning. 70,000 fewer drivers than we had at the peak of the pandemic in 2022. Those were the numbers. I kind of chuckled. I think right at that point I went to horse feathers, and it was like, hey, what about a driver's shortage? We're 70,000 drivers less in the last 2 years, trying to level the playing field of supply and demand. There was too much truck capacity out there. This past day, they come out with hey, there's a driver shortage thing. The OOIDA Foundation, quick to poke holes in the new report alleging a driver shortage, costing the freight industry billions of dollars. This was from the factoring company Altline, using data from Google for Jobs and other online job sites to suggest there's a shortage of 24,000 plus truck drivers. And according to their report, that shortage causes the U.S. freight industry to miss out on $95.5 million every week. Considering the trucking industry has been in a freight recession since 2022 and has been suffering from a persistent overcapacity issue, the timing of this report is, well, curious to say the least. The OOIDA Foundation, that's the research arm of OOIDA, criticizing the report's methodology and assumptions. You cannot have a freight recession and a shortage of drivers at the same time, duh. Andrew King is OOIDA Foundation's Director of Operations. This flies in the face of supply and demand. There's more than enough capacity to deliver the amount of goods. What causes upcycles is when demand outpaces supply. It is ludicrous to suggest that freight is not being delivered because there's not a driver to haul it. If that was the case, rates would never go down. They would always be increasing, and yet rates have been down year over year for about 22 months now. The report searched truck driver in whatever state USA for all 50 states and numerous job websites to determine the number of driving vacancies. First and foremost, they're making an assumption that just because a company is posting a position for a driver, it means the business is struggling to deliver freight. As if every week they don't have that driver, they've lost $4,000. He also noted the report's search does not ensure that all the job postings are for tractor-trailer drivers. The American Trucking Association has claimed the industry's been suffering a shortage for decades, as we know, which they at OOIDA have refuted. For those same decades, point out all these big carriers have these turnover rates of 90% or higher. Carriers, if they're able to hire truckers, but they're unable to keep them due to their low wages and poor working conditions. It's the same old song, but again, the irony of that coming out literally 24 hours after we were talking about we are 70,000 drivers less than we were in 2022. And just now beginning to reach, I guess what you'd call an equilibrium. 844-844-3388.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Well, speaking of the anonymous hippopotamus.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Thanks for taking me back there. So, yeah. Get out your pen and start writing out them HB2 whatever visas there, or HB1 whatever. You've got to get these drivers. Can President Trump, can he put a tariff on drivers coming in from other countries? Can we tariff the foreign drivers?
I don't know about
Just
a
a
tariff.
thought.
He can task them with issuing less H-2B visas unless they can prove they really need them, and that's something the trucking industry can't do right now.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe we just tariff them and keep them out by charging too much to have them come in. I don't know. But anyways, so yeah, Taylor Swift. I'm thinking there's a new hit song coming there, Your Honor. We got another break. You know, have any of her breakup songs ever been proven to be about who she had formerly left? But it's amazing she has a breakup song after she leaves somebody that's a hit album, hit song there. So I'm foreseeing a new breakup song coming out there because it's been a while since she's had a big chart topping song there. So so maybe we got something going there. But I think Daryl and I are onto something there. So we'll have to see how all this pans out there. So I guess I'm confused, Your Honor. Was our friend Eagle, is he saying he's going to Daytona to watch the Daytona 500, the NASCAR that he'd never set foot in a racetrack again to see or watch on TV? Is that where he's going?
He's going to Daytona. Got free tickets. Yes.
All right. Well, I guess I don't know. I was confused. I thought he said he was never going to watch another race again there before earlier. So, but anyways, he better keep himself down in the south there. Maybe not come up above maybe South Carolina or something, because when he starts talking about the people from Philly being the people that are just not like being in New York, I'll tell you what, he gets up there around New York and he'll find out what them New York people are really like. But the New York people and the Philly people are not anywhere near alike. You don't want to mix the two of them. There's a reason the Delaware River runs between Philadelphia and New Jersey, Your Honor, is because it keeps the Philadelphia people on the west side of the river, and it keeps the New York, New Jersey people on the east side of the river, because you don't mix them. But because there's nothing anywhere near the same. But anyways, so I guess with that nonsense there, I guess. Oh, I don't know. Just I guess the White Death is very well predicted here in Virginia, Maryland. I mean, we've had the brine trucks out. I can't tell which lines are the painted on lines on the road from the highway departments, or which lines are the brine lines going down the road, Your Honor. It's kind of confusing right now. There's so many different lines on the highway at this point from all this stuff. But so I guess we are really gonna get something here. So anyways, unless we put all this stuff down and then it misses all of it, with all.
Looking at the map, so you got areas from Washington D.C.'s under a winter storm warning. Baltimore, I guess you're in the winter weather advisory. They're going to be a pretty significant cutoff line right about the Baltimore area.
Well, I'm not sure, because as you said, the further north you go. So, but the forecast you had last night there said, northeastern Maryland as well as going into Delaware and everything was still supposed to have significant snowfall. So, so I don't think the cutoff line is going to be really until at least the Mason-Dixon line and maybe up into southern Pennsylvania just a little bit. So I guess it's, like all weather, you just have to kind of sit back and wait and see where it all ends up. But just the feeling of it and what a lot of times there, when you have your first initial forecast come out, there's a lot of times that's actually the closest, and then everybody starts jumping around and
trying to fine tune the forecast. Yeah.
Yep, and the more they kind of trying to change things, the more they start messing things up. And if they just sat back and just stay with their original prediction, a lot of times they'd be a lot better off. So anyways, we're gonna roll with that. But there's more than a good possibility that if all this stuff starts at noontime, late into the later afternoon and evening rush hour, that horse feathers probably will not be heard on the air tomorrow night. More than likely,
in all likelihood, he'll be home shoveling the driveway, trying to stay ahead of it. I mean, I'm looking here. It says southern Delaware and northeast Maryland, 5 to 7 inches, localized 7 to 9 inches.
Yeah, and for the most part, all that we'll wait for all that for Wednesday morning. But it'll be the fact that just we aren't going to go out there and fight through it anymore. It's just got to the point that even in the overnight, the people that are out here on these roads, that it's not worth trying to go up and down the road with them, and the people that we pull the trailers for, they don't want the liability of their trailers on the road. So you kind of go by what the people that are paying you want you to do. So it's not that I can't do it, not that I haven't done it. It's just that I don't need to do it. So I guess like Knuckle Buster says, if you don't need to, then don't do it. But anyway, so that's kind of what we got going for you there. But other than that, I guess if we come up with anything else, we're sneaking down here. Wow, we're on the east side. We aren't going to find Gilligan. We're sneaking down this way, but we aren't going to find him. So we're on the wrong side of the state. But anyways, there. So if we come up with anything else, maybe we'll shout back at you in the loneliest hour there. But other than that, it's about all we got for you right now.
All right, rolling into a Tuesday, Taco Tuesday. Thank you very much. We are less than a month away. Days, have you noticed days are growing longer? Some areas gaining more than an hour of sunlight here in the month of February. The longer, brighter days, a prelude to the annual rite of daylight savings time, which is fast approaching. March the 9th, less than a month away, is when we will spring forward 1 hour that Saturday night, Sunday morning, which means later sunrises and later sunsets. More on that coming up here. First, let's get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Any steel coming into the United States is going to have a 25% tariff.
What about aluminum, sir?
Aluminum, too.
President Trump is signing executive orders to bring 25% tariffs on imported steel and aluminum. During his first presidency, Trump imposed 25% tariffs on steel and 10% on aluminum. The effort on Monday includes provisions intended to reinstate the full power of steel tariffs. Officials say a collapsed landing gear is the apparent cause of a deadly plane crash at Scottsdale Airport near Phoenix. Airport spokeswoman Kelly Keister says the crash involved 2 business jets.
At 14:39, a Learjet aircraft on its arrival from Austin veered off the runway and collided with another jet, a Gulfstream 200 aircraft that was parked.
1 person was killed in the Monday afternoon crash. A fire department spokesman says 3 people were taken to the hospital, 2 with life-threatening injuries. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join Medi-Share. It's a good question. Medi-Share members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of Medi-Share members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this, up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
What do you think? We were talking about changing the time. Spring forward is just around the corner. Hawaii and Arizona, with the exception of the Navajo Nation in Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah, are the only states that do not observe the time shift. They stick with standard time year-round. Several states have proposed laws to end the practice of changing the clocks, but it has yet to go into effect. The Sunshine Protection Act has also been introduced by lawmakers in the nation's capital, but it's not passed the Senate and the House of Representatives to make it to the president's desk. Either way, daylight saving times will last for nearly 9 months, ending November the 2nd. That's when we'll fall back an hour, and the entire country will once again be in standard time. But more and more, they say people are in favor of sticking to one or the other, either standard time or daylight savings throughout the year. You do one or the other. Meanwhile, we did see from the trucker this past day, Texas lawmakers are reviving efforts to eliminate changing the clocks twice a year. Several members of the Texas House and Senate have filed legislation to put an end to that seasonal tradition. Texas is on standard time right now. They'll begin observing daylight savings time there on March the 9th. Yet most of the bills filed are aiming to adopt daylight savings time year-round. an effort that was pushing during the 2023 legislative session. This time they're trying a different approach. They would adopt standard time year-round in Texas. The only option allowed under federal law. If her legislation becomes law, and if Congress ever allows states to observe daylight savings time year-round, voters would get to choose a preference between standard or daylight savings time. But as so many say, this twice-a-year clock change is disruptive. It's not necessary. As we know, studies linking these shifts to increased traffic accidents, decreased productivity, negative health effects. It looks like her bill is similar to what was filed in 2023 that would have adopted daylight savings time year-round. It garnered bipartisan support among Texas House members, but stalled in the Senate. They again filed a bill to observe daylight savings time year-round. This session, favoring the longer, brighter evenings. They're saying Texas does not need to wait for Washington. By passing House Bill 1393, we will demonstrate leadership and send a strong message that Texans are ready to move forward. Well, good morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How you doing today?
Not too bad. Right at the freezing mark outside, waiting for maybe a few flakes of snow today.
Oh, wow. I'm a little bit above that. I'm looking at 70 degrees in the car right now.
Wow.
I'm not too far away from Sylvester. He said he was, 77?
Yeah.
So I'm not too far away from him. You guys were talking about Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is an entity, like you said. You know, she's a marketing machine. Where she's at today, she started out when she was a little kid with her parents. Just like Miley Cyrus or any of the rest of them. That's their business, and that's how they handle their business. Steve, can you imagine somebody that had their jewelry on at the Super Bowl, and what they had on in just the jewelry they had on their body was worth more than the trophy was for the Super Bowl? Can you imagine that?
Well, I'm not.
That's what Taylor Swift.
Did she? I mean, what's the value of this?
Go ahead, bud.
I think what was it? Brady had on a $700 and something thousand watch. I saw.
Well, she had on a $35,000 watch. She had 2 rings on, and they Entertainment Tonight went through this yesterday on their show.
Okay.
I saw it last night after I got home from work. She had on a $35,000 watch. She had on 2 rings that were worth about $12,000 a piece.
Wow. And
that didn't even include her pocketbook or any of her other stuff. So, come on. I mean, they make the accusation that she was just the rings and the jewelry and her watch, what that was worth was more than what the trophy was that they won for the Super Bowl. And that's crazy stuff. I mean, $70,000, I think, is what they estimated what she had just in her personal jewelry on her. And then, it's like, she's an entity. She's a business. I hate to say it this way, Donald Trump, he's an entity. He's a business. That's the way it works. I mean, she's good, but she might go back out and make some more songs there, what Horsefesters was talking about. I mean, because if you look at her relationships over time, and you can go to Wikipedia or anywhere and do your research on her relationships, she's had some chart-breaking songs after some of her relationships.
After breakups, yes, sir.
I'm not going to say the individual's name, but if anybody wants to do their research, there's one guy, and I'll let everybody go out there and do their Googling. There's one musician that's in the world. He's been known He's one of the best musicians in the world. Good songwriter, whole deal. He's been with two ladies, and they both have made tons of money off of him. And that's Taylor Swift and Katy Perry. So I'm challenging anybody out there that wants to do a search right now. Look at one individual that both of those ladies was with. Never married him. I think Katy Perry might have been close. She might have married him. I'm not sure about that one. But if you get a chance out there, guys, do your little Google search and find out who Taylor Swift and Katy Perry both were with. And you'll be interested to see who he is. And as far as the new drivers in the system, Steve, I think a lot of the newer drivers are not coming in because they're seeing what's going on with the industry. And plus, too, I don't think the youth of today has they can lower down their anxiety levels to come out here and actually work and do the driving like all of us have done over the years. You know, look at the amount of stuff that you have to go through to get your CDL now, Steve.
Right.
What do you think, Steve?
Right. Yep.
You know, I mean, who wants to come out here and go through the aggravation of getting a CDL and dealing with a bunch of, you're dealing with an ELD, you're dealing with cameras, you're dealing with collision avoidance systems, on top of dealing with the normal job, on top of, all the time frame constraints. I mean, there's a lot to trucking. It's not just to get in the truck and go like it used to be. It's a lot more than that. And you have to put up with the regulations, the medicals. I mean, that's a lot of guys getting out of the industry, Steve, now because they're older and they're going through the medical card deal. I mean, how many times have we heard drivers talking about medical issues? Pandemic, I think the reason why the drivers went down with pandemic is we had a lot of guys out there that went out and did the owner-operator thing, and guess what? They failed. They didn't put their money in the right spot and manage their money correctly and do their model right for their business. And it's just my personal opinion, but I mean, statistically, you can look at the numbers and it'll show you right there. How many trucks were turned in the last 3 to 5 years, Steve? I wonder how many trucks have been turned in because they couldn't make their payments,
right?
Or because the company just basically done with it, and it's happening. Company drivers, they're going through a lot more crap now than they used to. It used to be you went in, you did your driving test, you did your physical, but we back in the day, the trainers, yeah, they were there, but they weren't as prevalent as they are now. We're more into safety as far as looking at things, and there's a lot more higher rates of accidents now. They're looking at all that. It's one of those deals. Now, getting on to NASCAR, I heard Brain Dead there talk a little bit of NASCAR. I actually saw that interview, and I think that's the one he was talking about. He was referencing Richard Childers a lot. Richard Childers just did an interview with Dale Earnhardt Jr. on his podcast. And Ty and Austin Dillon they sat down, Richard Childers and Mike Dillon, their father, sat down and said, hey, we need to bring this family more together. And that's what they've kind of done. And Ty has come more back into the fold. You're going to see him more. But I think they're grooming Austin right now, and he said they are. They're grooming Austin to take over the business from Richard when Richard moves on. And that's something that's got to be addressed with a lot of these places. I mean, like Denny Hamlin, what's he going to do? I'm hearing rumblings that he's not very happy about his sponsorships deals. There's a lot of different things out there that's going on in NASCAR. And running rain tires on Daytona would be the craziest thing ever because you would just slide off the banking.
Yeah.
That's the reason Elton Sawyer ain't gonna let nobody run a rain tire on Daytona. You got a 30+ degree banking. Ain't nothing gonna hold you on that doing 200 miles an hour. I'm sorry, it just ain't gonna work. It might be good on a flat track road course where you're turning curves and everything's pretty flat. You don't have a lot of elevation and whatnot. But when you're talking about elevating the car onto the side where it's yawing a lot, you're going to have big problems. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me. We'll catch you later.
All right. Thank you for checking in here on a terrific Tuesday. Said this, the Department of Government Efficiency, a.k.a. DOGE. The plot gets thicker with each passing day. Yesterday, word comes down that DOGE uncovered a $59 million FEMA payment from just last week to house illegal aliens in luxury hotels in New York City, according to Elon this past day. That payment after the Biden administration had claimed FEMA was not using funds to support illegal aliens. The former White House press secretary at the time, Karine Jean-Pierre, told reporters back in October, quote, "It's just categorically false. It is not true." Republicans argued FEMA didn't have enough money this past fall to help victims of the hurricane in North Carolina. But Biden's Department of Homeland Security claimed those reports were completely false. They said the agency had enough money to fund relief efforts, and the FEMA Emergency Food and Shelter Program, which the Biden administration authorized in late 2022 to respond to the migrant crisis. Of course, Elon has been saying, leading this initiative to cut waste, fraud, and abuse, said the FEMA payment violated the law, and a clawback demand will be made this past day to recoup those funds. Yeah, sending this money violated the law. It is in gross insubordination to the president's executive order. That money is meant for American disaster relief, and instead it's being spent on high-end hotels for illegals. Now, of course, President Trump announced an executive order to improve FEMA's efficacy, priorities, and competence, including evaluating whether FEMA's bureaucracy in disaster response ultimately harms their ability to successfully respond. The executive order says it has lost mission focus, diverting limited staff and resources to support millions beyond its scope and authority, spending well over $1 billion to welcome illegal aliens. He suggested January, maybe getting rid of FEMA and instead permitting the federal government to send funds to the states to deploy disaster relief. I'll also be signing an executive order to begin the process of fundamentally reforming and overhauling FEMA, or maybe getting rid of FEMA. FEMA is not good, quite frankly. I think when you have a problem like this, I think you want to go, and whether it's a Democrat or Republican governor, you want to use your state to fix it and not waste time calling FEMA. And then FEMA gets there, and they don't know the area. They've never been to the area, and they want to give you rules that you've never heard about. They want to bring people that aren't as good as the people you actually already have there. But $59 million just last week? That had to have been authorized at some point earlier. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, and then, of course, we got word on Super Bowl Sunday. The president ordering the Treasury Secretary to stop making new pennies. And we're paying more to make a penny than a penny's worth. Via Truth Social, Trump said, for far too long, the United States has minted pennies, which literally cost us more than 2 cents. It's actually more than 3 cents, I think it is. This is so wasteful. I've instructed my Secretary of the Treasury, stop producing new pennies. Let's rip the waste out of our nation's budget, even if it's a penny at a time. Of course, Doge posted in January that the penny cost more than 3 cents. There it is, more than 3 cents to make. It cost the American people over $179 million in 2023. The Mint produced over 4.5 billion pennies in fiscal year 23, about 40% of the 11.4 billion coins for circulation produced. Yeah, this has been a debate for years. CBS News reported and pointed out the penny's costliness. Doge is taking aim at an issue that's sparked debate for years. You know, the price of manufacturing the penny has actually only grown over the past several years. In 2016, the U.S. was spending about 1.5 cents to mint each penny. In 2024, the Mint revealed that it's roughly 3.7 cents to manufacture and distribute pennies. Yeah, pennies are mostly made of zinc with a copper overlay to give that distinctive color. While zinc's price fluctuates from year to year, the cost per metric ton is double what it was in 2016. All right. Pennies. Get rid of the pennies anyway. Just round things up, right? See what's going on with Gilligan. Morning, Gilligan. How's your week starting out?
Oh, it's going all right, I guess. No need complaining. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Would you believe it was 1982 when the last copper penny was made that was fully copper? Seems like it was only yesterday.
Long time ago. Hey,
2 years ago.
You got your headset over your head?
There, sorry about that, Steve.
I thought so.
Hey, GMA and BS Enterprises is going to do a sports report this morning. All right, the important game from Sunday. Now, are you ready for this? In the Puppy Bowl, Team Fluff beat Team Rough 68-66. There, we keep on getting sports reports. There's an important one. I'm sure everybody was on their edge to figure out who won
Puppy
that
Bowl. I've tuned into some of that over the years, the Puppy Bowl.
It is cute. You got to admit, it is cute. I have a few times, mainly when my daughter was little. Now, did I hear horse feathers earlier that now he's wanting to be referred to as the propane fairy? He isn't the guy that used to play in them commercials for that pizza, that frozen pizza, was he? you remember they kept on losing the bets and showing up in the elevators dressed as a fairy and stuff like that? That ain't him, is it?
All I know is he did mention the propane ferry has arrived. He did say that, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about horse feathers. Maybe I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, yeah. Well, yeah, everything I've been seeing message boards all night of winter storm advisory, and we're talking almost all the way to the North Carolina line. So they're talking 3 to 6 inches up where I live, starting about 10 o'clock. So I doubt I'll be out here tomorrow night. I learned a long time ago it's not worth risking your life. But especially with what we haul, it's not priority freight. I understand some of the people do hire priority freight. And there is stuff out there that needs to get going, but fortunately I got out of that business a long time ago. He was talking about the Super Bowl commercials. Well, one of my favorites, I think, was, I brought up last night, I can't remember who brought it up, was the Clydesdale, the young horse, when the beer keg fell off the back of the wagon and he stakes his nose and starts rubbing it to the bar. Now, that was cute, I got to admit. And Budweiser used to really do good on their commercials. That was really good. Did you look at the Dodge commercial? We started off with Goldilocks, just skipping up to the
Yeah, let's pause there. Super Bowl commercials. We hadn't talked much about. We got to get a news break in here.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has directed the military to put a pause on the recruitment of transgender individuals. Hegseth is also ordering the suspension of planned procedures for current service members with gender dysphoria. This comes along with President Trump's executive order, which essentially bans trans military service. A pause on President Trump's buyout offer to federal employees is being extended.
A federal judge in Boston extended his block on Monday that impacts over 2 million federal employees and issued a temporary restraining order. It comes after he initially paused the buyout offer late last week. I'm Lisa Taylor.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has signed an executive order to further prepare for urban firestorms.
The order directs the State Board of Forestry to accelerate a regulation called Zone Zero, which requires an ember-resistant zone within 5 feet of a structure. It also tasks the Office of the State Fire Marshal with releasing updated fire hazard severity zones. The order requires CAL FIRE and the California Office of Emergency Services to work with local and federal partners to improve resources.
Officials say one person has died after 2 business jets collided on the ground at Scottsdale Airport in Arizona.
We have 5 souls, 1 DOA, 2 immediates that have been transported to local trauma centers, 1 delayed stable to a local hospital.
Scottsdale Fire Department spokesman Dave Folio said another person was extricated from one of the jets. The FAA says a Learjet veered off the runway after landing and crashed into a Gulf Stream. The accident happened around 2:40 local time. Scottsdale Airport's around 20 miles outside of Phoenix and used primarily by business jets.
I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed higher to start the week.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 167 points. The S&P 500 rose 40 points. The Nasdaq climbed 191 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join Medi-Share. It's a good question. Medi-Share members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of Medi-Share members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this. Up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
An investigation is underway after swastikas were found carved into a sidewalk in Sacramento. The symbols were spotted during the weekend. There was one large swastika with several smaller ones found around it.
There are organized groups out there trying to promote their messages that Jews are not welcome in the community.
Max Paulette with the Jewish Community Relations Council of Sacramento, speaking with KCRA, he further stated that they're going to file a hate crime report with the Sacramento Police Department. National Secretary Advisor Mike Waltz defends President Trump's attempts to reshape the U.S. Agency for International Development.
Waltz told NBC's Meet the Press the organization spends money in ways that don't support strategic U.S. interests.
We need to realign their mission and line it up with the president's foreign policy vision.
He went on to say USAID isn't as effective at providing international humanitarian aid as its proponents claim. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The cost of insuring your car is eating up more of the family budget.
The cost of auto insurance is up 12% from last year, eating up about 3.4% of the typical family budget. Prices are lowest in Washington, D.C., Boston, and Seattle. Bankrate says Orlando, Detroit, and Tampa are pricey, but Miami has the most expensive car insurance at $5,100 a year, or nearly 7% of average household income. I'm Rory O'Neill.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, of course, we've been talking about the wintry precipitation impacting parts of the central and eastern U.S. on the northern side of a train of storms. On the southern side, though, in the warmer temperatures, it's going to be rain, rain, rain. Yeah, between now and next Monday, there's potential for 5 to 10 inches of rain to fall on portions of the lower Mississippi and Tennessee valleys and the southern Appalachians. Yeah, the first 2 storms alone may put down anywhere from 2 to 6 inches of rain between now and Thursday. Downpours can be heavy and long-lasting enough from each storm to trigger flash flooding. The urban-style flooding can occur, but not limited to Atlanta, New Orleans, Nashville, Houston, and Charlotte. Now, while there will be a break between each of the 3 storms into early next week, each successive storm will bring an increasing potential for quick runoff into area streams. Now, you've got areas where the infrastructure is still heavily damaged, where forests have been destroyed in the wake of Hurricane Helene. The risk of flash flooding and further damage will be the greatest. Yeah, this time of year, forests tend to offer less of a buffer during heavy rain due to the lack of a leafy canopy, which can control some of the runoff. Parts of the Asheville, North Carolina area have not had much rain since Helene. Now, should the rainfall anticipated unfold, we may see bridges and roads built but not completed, with temporary asphalt, drainage ditches, and culverts. Yeah, all could be damaged, and there will be the risk of severe thunderstorms with at least 2 storm systems this week. The first unfolding later today, continuing into Tuesday night from the upper Texas coast to central Alabama. The greatest risk from these thunderstorms will be flash flooding, localized winds 50 to 60 miles per hour, gusts approaching 70 as the second storm in the series ramps up and begins to move from the plains to the Mississippi Valley on Wednesday. That severe weather threat will encompass a similar area as we're talking later today. Northeastern Texas, much of Louisiana, Mississippi, into western and central Alabama. Again, the greater threats are going to be winds 55 to 65 miles per hour with gusts up to 75, equivalent to a Category 1 hurricane. Now, severe thunderstorms can, on occasion, produce brief tornadoes. The setup was less than ideal for today and Wednesday, but a couple of brief spin-up twisters are actually possible, they tell us. Yeah, be aware. A lot going on weather-wise. All right, Gilligan, welcome back.
Thanks for having me back, Steve. I appreciate it. Yeah, did you happen to catch that Dodge Ram ad?
I did not.
Goldilocks is skipping the...
No.
It was kind of dumb in a way, but they had Goldilocks skipping up to the little cabin, and all once they reversed it, this guy, like big long bushy beard and stuff, just he jumps in, and I don't remember the whole details of it, but at one point he's driving along in this Dodge pickup, and there's a Dodge pickup on each side of him. They're being driven by bears and the baby bears in the back seat. I thought it was kind of cute. The other one I liked, which those that seen the ad will be no surprise. Did you see the Rocket Mortgage commercial? They were singing "Country Roads Take Me Home."
I didn't get to see any of the game, Gilligan. I missed all the commercials.
Okay. I thought you went back and seen some of the commercials. I misunderstood, Steve. Yeah, but they had Rocket Mortgage had one where they was showing different houses. Take Me Home, Country Roads, of course. That's been the West Virginia theme for about 10 years now, the old John Denver song. And at the end of it, to go back to the game, and the crowd is actually singing that song. I thought that was kind of neat. These people down in New Orleans singing about West Virginia, and I wonder how many of them could find West Virginia on a map. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Well, that's about all I got. I think we need to find out, though, on Horse Feathers, whether that was him in those pizza commercials. Claims to be the propane fairy, and he always seemed to lose them bets, and that's kind of how he dressed the next day at work. You know what I mean? So I hope everybody has a safe night. And if you're over this way tomorrow, watch out. It's supposed to get pretty slick.
Gonna get ugly for some. Yeah, it's going to be a busy pattern here through much of the week. All right, next up on the list, let me see here. The Blind Man checks in this Tuesday morning. Morning, Blind Man.
Good morning, Steve. And boy, I am in a ticked-off mood.
Uh-oh.
I used to work for the National Library Service for the Blind.
Mm-hmm.
And I retired, and I don't know who's running the place now, but I got my talking book topics, and it says that the new digital player will have no volume control. So that means they got the volume up so loud that it's going to hurt your ears. So I said I couldn't believe this. So I called somebody that I know there, and he says, yeah, it's true. And I don't know who designed this thing, but I'm telling everybody out there who knows someone who's blind, stick with the original digital player, which I have, and don't get the new one until they redesign it. I mean, this is something that Elon Musk would be interested in. How people in the higher up, the engineers that design this, don't even think things through. They just go ahead and do it, and then they wonder why they have to go back and make a correction later on. Dumbass award for all time, as far as I am concerned. But this is the federal government, and it affects me, and I just wish turn back the clock and get the people that used to work with me back when we did pay attention to quality control and all that. And I'm just ticked off about this.
So being a device for the blind, would it not be feasible to build in something like you have with your Alexa device, where you can say a volume up or volume down? That would be the easiest thing.
Yeah, I know, but they designed this thing for no volume whatsoever. And if you live in an apartment, for example, you're going to disturb your neighbor because you can't turn the volume down.
Wow.
I mean, this is absolute stupidity. I'm so glad I don't work there anymore. I'm ashamed of who's running the place now.
Very interesting. All right. Well, aside from that, everything going all right?
Yeah, I'm getting stronger. I'm walking more. I can go downstairs now and work out on my elliptical and get my heart thumping so it won't be a couch potato anymore. And that increases the circulation. The infection, I guess, is slowly but surely going away. I have to have daily injections of 2 antibiotics to get this infection landed in the middle of my back. That's why it hurts so much.
Yeah.
And it's got to be done every single day for the next 6 to 8 weeks. I guess I'm about maybe a third of the way through now, but insurance wouldn't pay for it, neither would Medicare. So luckily I invested wisely over the years, and I could afford the $14,000 that I had to write a check for to pay this nurse. But it's worth it because we have become friends over the over time, and I look forward to seeing her and talking to her about everything. And I was telling her about, my trucking friends and everything, and she thought that was really interesting.
How about that? $14,000 for a regimen of antibiotics. Wow.
Yeah. Yep. Luckily, I invested wisely.
Well, Blind Man, I appreciate the update there. And, I know that there's several blind listeners out there that tune in to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. They may appreciate that advice there. 16 past the hour. All right, so we've got Attorney General Pam Bondi now. Officially said Sunday that fear of what the Department of Government Efficiency might find is the driving force behind efforts to stop their deep dive into the twisted snarls of federal spending, as she put it last week, responding to the lawsuit from 19 states. A federal judge blocked the advisory group led by Elon Musk from probing Treasury Department records. She said, "I've never heard of such a thing in my life, but it's not unexpected given the two-tiered system of justice we're facing in this country. What Elon has been doing with Doge is remarkable. He's a good man, he's a good friend, and he's doing this for the right reasons. There is a reason that people at the Treasury don't want the Secretary of Treasury nor Doge to have those records. There was a reason at USAID they didn't want anyone to have those records. That's the millions found into USAID that led to sweeping restructuring of that agency. Yeah, we found out at USAID they were giving $1.5 million to Serbia for transgenders. Yeah, giving over $1 million, I think, to Guatemala for sex changes. Yeah, this is not going to happen with America tax dollars any longer. We're going to find out who you are, and it's going to stop. During an interview Sunday, of course, prior to the Super Bowl, Trump also opposed the judge's ruling, stating, "I disagree with it 100%. It's crazy. Yeah, waste must be eliminated from the federal government. We have to solve the efficiency problem. We have to solve the fraud, the waste, the abuse, all the things that have gone into the government. You take a look at USAID, the kind of fraud in there." Yeah, Vice President J.D. Vance also said the order from the judge was terrible legal logic. If a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal. If a judge tried to command the attorney general in how to use her discretion as a prosecutor, that's also illegal. Judges are not allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. Do we have kind of a clash of the branches of government? Right? There's a reason we have a three-tiered system. Judges are not allowed to control the executive's legal power. Now, going back to Saturday morning, U.S. District Judge Paul Engelmeyer issued that ruling temporarily blocking Doge from gaining access to the payment system of the Treasury Department. It's under the purview of the executive branch. The judge also ordered anyone outside the Treasury Department who has already gained access to the system to destroy all downloaded information. Now, Musk and Doge have attempted to audit the agency to uncover possible fraud, waste, and other inefficiencies. The judge's ruling is set to expire on Friday when a hearing will be held before a federal judge in New York who will consider the issue on a more permanent basis. This is the one that was brought by the 19 state attorneys general, all Democrats, by the way, who say Musk should not have access to this sensitive data. The judge says the court's firm assessment is that for the reasons stated by the states, they will face irreparable harm in the absence of injunctive relief. That is both because of the risk that the new policy presents of the disclosure of sensitive and confidential information and the heightened risk that the systems in question will be more vulnerable than before to hacking. The Chief Justice has made his ruling. Now let him enforce it. That was the word Stephen Miller that countered on Fox News. Hindering executive control over executive agency has allowed the deep state to flourish with no accountability. What we continue to see here is the idea that rogue bureaucrats who are elected by no one, who answer to no one, who have lifetime tenured jobs, who we would be told can never be fired, which of course is not true, that the power has been cemented and accumulated for years, whether it be with the Treasury bureaucrats or the FBI bureaucrats, the CIA, or the USAID bureaucrats. This unelected shadow force that's running the government and running our country. Now, federal judges routinely blocked elements of Trump's agenda during his first term, whether it be the travel ban, pushing back against sanctuary cities, border wall funding. Federal judges, often at the district level, stymied the efforts of the President of the United States to fulfill his campaign promises. On his way to the big game Sunday, Trump suggested federal judges should not have the authority to block a democratically elected president of the United States. No judge should frankly be allowed to make that kind of decision. Now, Vance also weighed in on the limits of judicial oversight, obviously in response to this ruling, claiming that federal judges should not have the ability to prevent the president from exercising legitimate control over executive agencies. That's where he went into the whole thing about if a judge tries to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, it doesn't work that way. Now, Vance also retweeted the Harvard law professor, Adrian Vermeule, who likewise argued that these judicial blocks run afoul of the established separation of powers. Judicial interference with legitimate acts of state, especially the internal functions of a co-equal branch, is a violation of the separation of powers. Congressional Republicans have also stood behind President Trump, defending executive authority in the face of what is apparently judicial overreach. Tom Cotton called this judge's decision outrageous. It is not based on legal precedent and yet would still have the effect of impeding the work of the Secretary of the Treasury. Through the Constitution empowers a president to nominate members of his cabinet. Those nominees must first be approved by the Senate before they can take office. So judicial interference in the actions of a president's cabinet has separation of powers implications regarding the legislative branch as well. Jim Jordan of Ohio said a showdown about the reach of judicial authority is imminent. I assume we're going to argue this out in court. Like the other 17, 18 decisions we've seen in the last several days, that is all going to get argued in court. And frankly, we know the left, we know the Democrats, we're going to do this. It is 844-844-3388. Brother Rambler checks in as we get the new week started here. Let's see. Come on, computer. Pick him up. There you go.
All right. Well, praise God, Steve, and hello, God's children, listening to us all over the United States and all over the world, as a matter of fact. if you're listening to us on Facebook Live, Rumble, YouTube, and, of course, the trusty old Steve Summers Overnight Drive app sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. You can download that app at your iOS or Google Play Store. Steve, good to be on the air with you. And I'm like you. I didn't watch any of the Super Bowl commercials. I think I walked in the room and watched maybe a minute of the game. I saw the score. I said, all right, boys, y'all have fun at it. So we have more important things going on. This past Sunday, Steve, over at Determined Ministries Church, the Lord brought such a great message about God's Super Bowl. And I won't get into too much of it here. You want to know more about God's Super Bowl, go back to Determined Ministries Church and go back and listen to what God's Super Bowl really is. It deals with the Battle of Armageddon and the Valley of Megiddo. But anyway, Steve, we also talked about our dog Coda got kind of attacked by another dog. And she was kind of limping real bad, and matter of fact, she couldn't hardly get up because something happened to her hip.
Mm-hmm.
I made a post on our Facebook page about praying for your animal. God's children, it's not stupid to pray for your cat, to pray for your dog. Listen, in the old days, when you had to plow a field with an ox or a mule, that animal got sick. That was a matter of life and death. And folks back in them days couldn't afford to go to a vet or have a vet come out. So what do? You lay hands on your animal and you pray for them. Well, Steve, I believe in prayer even for an animal because hey, divine intervention, yes, because old Coda's up running around, jumping, acting like she is brand new. So praise God for that the official usher of Determined Ministries Church, Coda, one of our Siberian Huskies, the other one's Rocky, the younger one, is back to being normal, and I praise God for that. And if God can do that for an animal, he can do it for you. Steve, I know we're coming up on the break. You want to hold me over?
Absolutely, yes, not a problem. You're about a minute away. A quick memo here. Border Patrol agents in Michigan arresting a leader of hitmen with the Gulf Cartel during an immigration enforcement action last week. They're embedded all over our country, folks. Reporting via X the arrest of, I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name, describing the illegal alien as a leader of hitmen for the Gulf Cartel. Yeah, the chief reported Salgado's criminal history included charges for burglary, forgery, immigration violations. Over the weekend, Chief Morris reported that agents assigned to the Sault Ste. Marie station apprehended a suspect member of the violent Tren de Aragua Venezuelan prison gang. They'd been searching for the suspected gang member, found him during a traffic stop. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has directed the military to put a pause on the recruitment of transgender individuals. Hegseth is also ordering the suspension of planned procedures for current service members with gender dysphoria. This comes along with President Trump's executive order, which essentially bans trans military service. Officials say one person has died after two business jets collided on the ground at Scottsdale Airport in Arizona.
We have 5 souls, 1 DOA, 2 immediates that have been transported to local trauma centers, 1 delayed stable to a local hospital.
Scottsdale Fire Department spokesman Dave Folio said another person was extricated from one of the jets. The FAA says a Learjet veered off the runway after landing and crashed into a Gulf Stream. The accident happened around 2:40 local time. Scottsdale Airport's around 20 miles outside of Phoenix and used primarily by business jets. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join Medishare. It's a good question. Medi-Share members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of Medi-Share members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this, up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Coming up, we'll give you more details on a federal lawsuit filed by a trucking company challenging the Biden administration's independent contractor rule being delayed as the new administration weighs their options, including going back to the rule that Trump put into effect back in 2021. Back and forth, back and forth. First, let's get back to Brother Rambler. All right, thanks for hanging in there.
Oh, you're welcome, Steve. And you were reading that story after you put me on hold about the that gangster that got caught on the northern border.
The hitman.
I remember back in the day listening to your. Yeah. And listen, we're not talking about Bret Hart either. We're about a real hitman. We're not talking Tommy Hearns either. I remember your dad over and over and over back in the day saying we're watching the wrong border. And I believe he's right. God rest Dale Summers' soul. I believe he's absolutely right. We got the largest border in the world between the United States and Canada, and it's the least secured border. But I'll leave for the politicians. But I'm just a truck driver. That's all I know. Is to tell folks about Jesus Christ, because that's the best way to go. And whether you're praying for your animal, whether you have a dog, a guinea pig, hamster, cat, or whether it's your dad laying in the hospital like one of my bosses, Michael Stewart. Hebrews 11:6 tells me, but without faith it is impossible to please God in the time of need. You got to have faith enough, Steve, to do what Hebrews 4:16 says. And that's go boldly to the throne room of grace in your time of need. Got to have faith, and we're all born with a measure of faith. And some of it may be just the size of a mustard seed. But what did Jesus say? With the faith the size of a mustard seed, you could tell that a sycamore tree to be uprooted by the river, be planted somewhere else, or you could tell that mountain to be uprooted and go somewhere else. Got to have faith these days, God's children, and especially with the price of eggs. My Lord, you seen that on Waffle House, 50 cents an egg, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It makes you not want to order eggs. Makes you just want to add that scattered, smothered, covered, chunked, and topped. Come on. Anyway, Steve, I appreciate everyone that is following Steve Summers. I appreciate everyone that is following Determined Ministries Church. Last time I checked our insights, and I don't know if you go after maybe an hour after the show to check your insights, but Steve, we had 859 people reached, and we had right at 50 shares. So we had 50 people I don't even know that, were sharing our message, getting the message out about what God's doing for his children. And we had around, 800-something people probably tune in and actually watch the service from different Facebook pages. And we just want to praise God for that, and want to thank God for everyone that is tuning you in, because Steve, you can't trust the media no more. They've lied to us so much. At least when they turn on to Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive, sponsored by Hot Shot Seeker, they're going to get the absolute truth told to them, and get pretty good weather forecast also. So we just want to thank you all for just giving us a chance. Us being Steve Summers and, of course, Determined Ministries Church. Now, listen, before I get off here, this is a very important announcement I want to make, because, Steve, Valentine's Day is coming up. Matter of fact, it's coming up this Friday.
Friday, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Lady Rambler and I, we have reservations at the Saltgrass over in Biloxi. That's where we're going to be at, eating a nice big steak for our Valentine's dinner. So any of you that are down south and you know about the Saltgrass, it's a pretty good place to go. Only other steak I can get that's better than that is if you go to the high-end place like Morton's or Ruth Chris, which that's kind of out of my budget right now, because I went into Ruth Chris and I spent over $230 before, and I about fainted when I got the bill.
Right.
But it was worth it. But, hey, Saltgrass is a little bit easier budget. So the point I'm trying to make, God's children, is you may have a woman or you may have a man, and this is, that is into the Steve Summers Show. Why not go to overnightdriveradio.com and order something special for your very special Valentine? And, guys, if you want to order a shirt for your beautiful wife, I'll let Knucklebuster tell you what size to order it in, and I'll leave that part up to him. But on OvernightDriveRadio.com, you can also get a lot of good Steve Summers swag. Ashley Mario Kart, he loves wearing that, the hoodie, the T-shirt. We also got trucker caps, traveler mugs. I mean, everything you could think of is on OvernightDriveRadio.com. So give it a shot. Remember that about your special someone. And listen, I don't support the drinking of alcoholic beverages, but Steve, we also got St. Patrick's Day coming up. And if you just happen to drink an alcoholic beverage, which I encourage you not to, but if you have to, put it in a 30-ounce Steve Summers travel mug. There you go. You can buy that at OvernightDriveRadio.com. With that being said, listen, I love you out there, God, and I really sincerely mean that. There's times I go up and down this road, I just put everything on silent, just hear the hum of the motor, the roar of the road, and I just pray for people. I pray for you because I love you. And you may hate my guts. That's all right. You can hate me. You can spit on my name. You can email Mandy and Steve Summers and say, well, you don't want me on here all day long. You're not going to get me mad. And there's two things you will never, ever, ever, ever get me to stop doing for you. You will never stop me from loving you, and you will never stop me from praying for you. And I leave you with this. Love is just more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And God's children, y'all stay safe out there, especially with this inclement weather coming. And I'll call in another day, Steve. Bye now.
We'll look forward to that there, Brother Rambler, and thank you so much for chiming in. All right, it is 844-844-3388. So as far as the lawsuit, back to the trucking headlines, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has postponed oral arguments that were scheduled to begin last Wednesday in a case seeking to undo the new independent contractor rules that were finalized last year. Now, the Department of Labor's new standards establishing who is considered an independent contractor or employee replaced a 2021 rule set by Trump during his first term. The federal government has till March 25 to inform the court how it plans to proceed in the case. As of Monday, this past day, the Trump administration had not announced any actions regarding that particular rule. A decision on whether to reinstate the 2021 independent contractor rule could come once Department of Labor leadership is established. On Wednesday of this week, tomorrow, the U.S. Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions will hold a confirmation hearing for Lori Chavez DeRemer, the department's secretary nominee. Until then, the Department of Justice is trying to delay lawsuits while it waits for the Department of Labor to decide how it plans to move forward with the independent contractor rule. Every federal court has upheld the new rule, setting the stage for Trump administration to rescind it. January of 2024, the Department of Labor replaced the 2021 rule that was seen as more business-friendly, opening the door for workers previously considered independent contractors to be deemed as employees. The 2024 rule requires employers to consider 6 different factors when determining whether a worker is an independent contractor. Number 1, the opportunity for profit or loss depending on managerial skills. Number 2, the nature and degree of control, followed by investors or investments by the worker and employer. Number 4, permanence of the work relationship. Number 5, skill and initiative. And lastly, whether the work performed is integral to the employer's business. No single factor is determinative, and no one factor or combination of factors holds more weight than others. The 2021 rule included 5 factors. I won't go through all the details there, but proponents of the new rule have claimed it would solve some issues with misclassification. Opponents have argued the more ambiguous 6-factor economic reality test would force employers to reclassify bona fide independent contractors as employees. It's all somewhat convoluted, if you ask me, but we touched last week on the possibility of an asteroid impacting the planet in the year 2032. The odds of that asteroid, which is called 2024 YR4, impacting the planet in 2032 have increased to 1 in 43. Now, despite that fact, they say you still shouldn't worry about the impact. That's because experts expected the impact probability, which is at the top of the Center for Near-Earth Object Studies, to increase. They also expect the chance of an impact to fall dramatically in the near future when we know more about its orbit. Asteroid hunter David Rankin first pre-covered, which is short for pre-discovered, the asteroid in data from the Catalina Sky Survey, meaning he was able to find images of the space rock in archival data that it was gathering prior to its official discovery. Now, when Space.com first reported on this asteroid, the odds of impacting the Earth when it passes our planet in 7 years was 1 in 83. So while it might seem like the chances have almost doubled, there's another way to present those numbers. A 1 in 83 chance represents a 1.2% chance of an impact. That meant there are 98.8% that it would miss the Earth. The new figure of 1 in 43 means a 2.3% chance of a strike. That means there's still a 97.7% chance of a miss. Now, although the odds may have almost doubled, that does not mean the chance of it missing the Earth have been cut in half. So that's very interesting. They explained with the newly discovered asteroid like this one, certain characteristics of the orbit are initially confirmed to a much higher degree than others. We end up with a good understanding of the plane in space that it's orbiting on, but not exactly where along the plane it's going to be. So this manifests with a lot of uncertainty along a confined line called the line of verification. I was reading a separate story which kind of breaks down that based on the elongated orbit, we'll lose sight of this thing for about 3 years, and then when it comes back, headed back toward the Earth, they'll have a much better understanding of what the actual orbit is. But all right, we'll continue to follow. It is 844-844-3388.
At Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, what else we got going on out there? Some of the other folks checking in here. Good to have you with us on a Tuesday. That brings us to Carl checking in this morning. Hello, Carl. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Here, a little bit of rain down here around Talladega this morning. But getting into the Taylor Swift issue with Travis Kelce, it's none of my business, but you know what? I think Travis is probably, by now, he's probably thinking he's pretty embarrassed about this whole thing. Because the more we see Taylor Swift on television, the more we see a teenager, in my opinion. And I don't know her real age or anything like that, but she just kind of acts like a teenager wherever she goes, and she's got teenagers following her and preteen girls and dragging their moms into this and dragging their moms away from their husbands, and it's just a mess, in my opinion. I think it's just really causing a lot of uproar, and obviously she's a Democrat and the way she thinks and all that, but you know, she got the boos at the Super Bowl, and you know, she kind of handled it okay, but then again, she on the surface there, she was just saying, what's going on, you know? Well, she was in the arena with Donald Trump. That's what's going on, okay? And Donald Trump is serious, okay? He's got serious things on his mind. And this coming weekend, he has finally gave the warning to the Hamas to release all of the hostages, all of them. Release them all by a deadline.
Saturday.
This Saturday at 12 noon.
Saturday
at 12 noon.
There'll be hell to pay.
That's right. That's right. And I believe that he is serious. Him and Netanyahu are serious as they can be. And I tell you what, it's time. It's time that he did this, and I believe that he should have done it already, but then again, you know, I'm not the president, okay? But he is serious as he can be, and I know this past weekend when I watched those 3 hostages being released and the way they were being treated, it just really, it got underneath my skin in particular. And I know that it got underneath Trump's and Netanyahu's skin also, and we see the announcement by this Saturday, they better have them all released. So I believe he saw the same thing I saw this past weekend on those 3 hostages, and they were emaciated. They were hungered. They were decimated, and they looked just like a something that you would see out of the Holocaust. And I truly believe that he means business this time, and there's going to be something happening this weekend. I truly believe it, and we're just going to have to sit back and watch it and pray for him, pray for our military, and all of the activities that are going to be going on. And as far as Pete Hegseth goes, he has already recognized the helicopter at fault there, because he has worked on the different flight patterns for the helicopters in Washington, D.C. As of last week, I believe, he made that announcement, and said that the helicopters will be taking a different route and not doing the same maneuvers that they were doing around the commercial aircraft, which makes common sense, and it should have already been done as well, because, Steve, there's no way that a military operation of any kind should be jeopardizing the American civilian public, okay? When you get into jeopardizing the lives of American civilian public, you begin to say, okay, you don't really care about the lives of the civilian public, okay? Because the military has needs that they need to do. They need to exercise, yes, but they don't need to be exercising around the American public like that. That's not necessary. You need to train in your own environment where you're supposed to create the type of situations that you need to train in. Okay, so you do that on your own out in the areas and the ranges that you're supposed to do it in, and there you are. Okay, you do that there, because there are plenty of accidents among military aircraft amongst themselves already, and you don't need to be dragging the American civilian population into it. I just thought I'd say that. Thank you for taking my call, Steve.
Well, that's
Appreciate it.
all right there, Carl. Have a good morning, and hey, we'll close out yet another hour. It means our final hour is coming up here right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Saturday at 12 o'clock, and after that, I would say all hell is going to break out.
President Trump said this afternoon that if every Israeli hostage was not released from Gaza by Saturday, he would call for an end of the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas.
And after that, it's going to be a different ballgame.
Trump said he would recommend the ceasefire in place since January should be canceled if all Israeli hostages were not released by noon on Saturday after the Palestinian militant group's terrible threat earlier Monday to postpone any further hostage prisoner exchanges. Apparently, there's a leaker inside the FBI who's tipping off the media to large-scale immigration raids. Victor Avila fears this will stoke fear, which could lead to violence.
Eventually, someone is going to get hurt. The people putting the leaks in the memos, they don't care.
The LA Times published an article on Friday suggesting there are plans for large-scale immigration enforcement raids in Southern California before the end of the month. Tulsi Gabbard is a step closer to becoming the next director of national intelligence. She cleared a major hurdle this evening when the U.S. Senate voted along party lines to advance her nomination.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to.
The final vote to confirm the former Hawaii Congresswoman would be held either late tomorrow evening or early Wednesday. There's a growing call for the U.S. to shut down packages that are shipped from China. Packages of mystery seeds, which are sent with containers of an unknown fluid, began to arrive in multiple states, including Texas.
What I'm afraid of is they're testing our security, our biosecurity, and see what they can and can't get in.
State Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller says this time it seems to be flower seeds, but next time it could be an invasive species or even fentanyl. He wants the White House to send a message to China that we're on guard. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
I look forward to defending myself and defending the people of this city.
The Department of Justice is set to drop the federal corruption case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove has instructed the acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District to dismiss the charges as soon as possible.
Everyone that knows me knows I follow campaign rules and I follow the law.
Charges were brought against Adams last year in what was the first prosecution of a sitting mayor in New York City history. Several of R. Kelly's victims are seeking to collect some coinage.
They want more than $9 million from the former rapper. They say he still owes them. In 2023, Kelly was sentenced to decades behind bars in both New York and Chicago for sex crimes. He was also ordered to pay victims over $10 million. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A recent study published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology found that optimistic people tend to save more money over time.
The study's lead author said in a release that our research suggests optimism may be an important psychological resource that helps people save. Researchers looked at survey responses from over 140,000 people in the U.S., U.K., and 14 European countries measuring dispositional optimism and found that higher optimism was connected to more savings even in lower-income individuals. Researchers also found that the effect of optimism was greater among people with lower incomes. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
In our final hour there during our Friday morning program, I came across that little blurb about, one final Ozzy Osbourne show. With the original members of Black Sabbath, like the final concert ever for Ozzy. I didn't know if that was a satirical thing, but it was real. If you paid any attention, he's been having numerous health difficulties. Will he even? I question. How will he even be able to stand on stage? And I come across a report here a bit ago. According to his wife Sharon, Ozzy may have difficulties performing at the concert, the Black Sabbath reunion, amid his health issues, obviously. The announcement came out that he'll be reuniting with the Black Sabbath for a show this upcoming July in the band's hometown, Birmingham, UK. Ozzy and his Black Sabbath teammates, Tommy Iommi, Geezer Butler, Bill Ward, performing together for the final time. It's to be a fundraiser. Proceeds to support the Cure Parkinson's Foundation, the Birmingham Children's Hospital, and Acorn Children's Hospice, which will mark the first time these guys have played together in 20 years, and it will be Ozzy's last concert ever. As he revealed in 2020, he'd been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. A recent interview with Birmingham Live there in the UK about this upcoming event, Sharon was asked about how the reunion came to be, to which she said, I left that to Ozzy. He's in constant contact with Tony and Geezer and Bill. They talk all the time. Ozzy said, I'm going to do my good night gig, my farewell. And would you come up and do Sabbath with me? He couldn't do it on his own, and they all said yes. And when they heard it was for charity, it was an easy yes. But they've got an insane lineup that includes bands and artists that even Black Sabbath inspired. Metallica, Pantera, Slayer, Anthrax, Smashing Pumpkins, Rage Against the Machine, and many others. Talking about the lineup, Sharon said, I think it's the best metal gig ever. It's easy when you have such good friends and friends that support you. Yeah, we've known these guys for years and years, and many of them were passed the torch by Black Sabbath. It kind of goes down the line. When you need them, they come. But she did say for Ozzy, it's good night to his fans. The other guys will go on to their various projects, but for Ozzy, it's definitely farewell. Our friends want to come. They know it's for charity, so it's brilliant. It's a win-win. Now, addressing his health issues, how that could affect his ability to perform. She said it's going to take a lot of physical energy for Ozzy. It takes a lot for someone with Parkinson's, but we're proud of all he's achieved and all he's overcome. So he is overwhelmed by the response of his friends. He said, wow, they're doing this for me. When you got your peers and your friends, there's nothing bigger. Well, aside from the fans, of course. The fans. All right, so, well, I'm not a big metal fan, really. Back in my younger days, I listened to my fair share of the metal stuff, but most of those bands weren't a part of it. I'm more of a ZZ Top, Van Halen, Scorpions. Either way, happy Taco Tuesday. There he is. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. And the great Knuckle Buster. 24 degrees. We're warming to a whopping 34 at Fort Wayne today. Yeah, we'll see what the weather has for us tomorrow night into Thursday morning. And, it may get ugly. And what we have going on the rest of the week. Get her done from Truck and Phil. Semper Fi. And Senor Heatwave kicks off our final hour. Good morning.
Good morning, Senor. I tell you what, you talk about ugly. That Maxine Waters right there with that other one from California. Both of them could stop bird excrement in midair. And to quote a line that Williams...
Are we still there, Senor Heatwave? I think he may have lost his cell. He's in between cells, maybe, because he hasn't disappeared, but... he did. He disconnected. If you dial us back up when you get back into cell, we'll bump you right up there, because I know he'd been hanging in there for a bit, to say the least. All right, let's jump down to, Eagle wanted to talk a little bit about Trump, I do believe. Are you hanging with us, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. I got a couple things. Listen, Steve, when it comes to Donald Trump, now, I'm all on Donald Trump's bandwagon team. I've been there since 2016. If you listen, Steve, if you're gonna make those kind of statements, you got to back up what you say. You can't come on television and say if they don't release those hostages by Saturday at 12 o'clock, and then Saturday 12 o'clock come and you don't do nothing. You got to back up what you say. If you say all hell gonna break loose, that's exactly what needs to happen on Saturday. Because see, what happens is if you don't do that, then you lose a lot of respect from these losers over Hamas and these other people. They start believing that Donald Trump is a bunch of hot air, and they figure they can continue doing what they want to do. So you got to make an example out of these people, Steve. If they don't release these people come Saturday, then he need to do what he got to do. Simple as that. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. I'm not care what some Democrat says. I don't care what Chuck Schumer says. I don't care what AOC. I don't care what none of them say. These hostages need to be released. That's what Trump needs to be doing and getting these people out. And if they don't want to release them, then they'll pay the consequences. Simple as that. No more games, Steve. They had the easy road for the last 4 years with Joe Biden. They had the easy ride. Those people would have still continued on being hostages for another 4 years if Kamala would have got in the White House. Them three people you seen on television the other day, that got released, you think they would have got released if Kamala had been in the White House?
No,
they wouldn't have got released. They would still been held captive. So you can't play games with these people, Steve, because they don't play games with the United States. So you have to play hardball, real hardball. So hopefully Donald Trump will do exactly what he says and get the job done. Because so far he's doing everything he said he was going to do, and even more in just 3 short weeks. Donald Trump is putting the hammer down, and he's getting the job done. He's getting things done the way it should be, Steve. Now let me go into another thing about what's going on with these. I went over it a little bit in the first talk about these Democrats. You got another loudmouth from Texas. I forgot what her name is. This black woman. She's a Democrat. She's running her mouth. And it shows you how stupid these people are, Steve. You got another guy. I think he comes from Texas. Guy named Al Green. He got the nerve. He talking about impeaching Donald Trump, and he ain't even been in the White House 4 weeks. It just shows you how much hatred and how stupid these people are.
Yeah.
How the hell are you going to try to impeach a man and he ain't even been in the White House a month? They don't like what Trump is doing because Trump is getting the job done, Steve. And they can try to impeach him all they want. But see, it ain't going to work this time because in case that idiot forgot, the Republicans got the advantage now, Steve. So all that paperwork, he can put all the paper he want for impeachment. It's not going to go nowhere. He's wasting his time and everybody else's time. So because Donald Trump ain't going nowhere, whether he likes it or not, Donald Trump is the president for the next 4 years. And ain't a damn thing Al Green can do about it, or AOC, the squad, anybody else, they can line up because Donald Trump he won the election fair and square. And he said he was going to make America great again, and that's exactly what he's doing. He got the border shut down tight, Steve. They saying that it's been cut. They talking about down in San Antonio, Texas, where I was at the other day. They talking about closing down migrant centers right now, Steve, because they ain't got no migrants coming in. Before they had migrants coming in, 100, 200 people coming in every day looking for a place, a room to stay. People that came in the country illegally, they talking about now they got to shut the damn place down because they ain't got nobody coming in. Donald Trump has shut the border down, and he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do. He rounding them up, the bad ones, and shipping them out and getting them back to where they belong. They want to come back in the right way, come on back. If you don't want to come in, then you stay where you at. It's just that simple. So, like I said, all I can say, Steve, is Donald Trump is making America great again, and I'm right there. I got the biggest smile on my face. I waited 4 years for this to happen, for me to actually say Donald Trump is back in the White House, and you're damn right. I'm going to support everything he do. So, Hamas, this is a warning to you, my man, on Saturday. You better release them hostages or all hell will break loose. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. And I don't think he's we know historically he's not messing around. Everyone knows. Yeah, when he makes a statement like that, he will back it up. All right, the Federal Trade Commission, back to trucking momentarily, issued a warning to the public about an uptick in scammers pretending to be tolling agencies. In a memo, the Federal Trade Commission said that Americans from coast to coast are at risk of falling for this unpaid toll phishing scam. You get a text out of the blue that says you have unpaid tolls and need to pay immediately. Yeah, the scammy text might show a dollar amount for how much you supposedly owe and include a link that takes you to a page to enter your bank or credit card information. It is a phishing scam. Not only is the scammer trying to steal your money, but if you click the link, they'll get your personal information like your driver's license number and even steal your identity. If you get a suspicious text message, do not click on any links or respond to unexpected text. Scammers want you to react quickly, but it's best to stop and check it out. Check to see if the text is legit. Reach out to the tolling agency. Use the phone number or the website that you know is real, not the one you get from the text. Report and delete unwanted text messages. Use your phone's report junk option to report unwanted text to your messaging app or forward them to 7726 spam. All right, delete the text. Don't click on the links. So that's the primary thing. 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, got an update this past day. We all remember the Chinese spy balloon debacle in 2023, crossing the country for whatever reason. Well, that particular balloon contained technology made by at least 5 American companies. Now, you'll remember at the time, Joe Biden described the balloon at the time as being most likely tied to private companies, recreation, research institutions. Beijing claimed it was a meteorological balloon that blew off course. Well, according to sources, a 75-page military analysis, which is based on parts collected from the balloon, and 2 others, reportedly shows the balloon contained technology that allowed it to conduct surveys, take photographs, collect intelligence data, including a satellite communications module, sensors, and other technology from at least 5 different U.S.-based companies. Sources tell Newsweek the balloon may also have contained gliders that could have been used for the gathering of more detailed data, but noted that the balloon's storage bays were empty when it was found after being shot down. Now, Newsweek noted that the analysis, which the publication was not able to directly review, was conducted by a foreign material exploitation squadron at the National Air and Space Intelligence Center in Ohio. I believe that is right there at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, if I'm not mistaken. Welcome back, Senor Heatwave.
Well, thank you again. Take 2. How far did I get before I got chopped off?
Boy, not far.
By Mother Nature.
I said after all that time, you held in there, and then boom, as soon as we get you on, it's there. He lost it.
Well, I'm going to stop here at the Monticello Airport Hair Care and Animal Feed Supply here in just a second. so I can stay on the line a little bit longer. No, you were talking about something being ugly. And I said, yeah, the two ugliest people I know, Maxine Waters and that other ice cream eating woman there in California, they are so ugly. They can stop bird excrement in midair.
Mm-hmm.
And William Shakespeare said it best when he said in one of his plays, the line was, methinks thou doth protest too much. So I'm sure that they know that they're about to get exposed, and I can't wait for the hammer to fall on their activities. Oh, I understand. I didn't watch the Super Bowl, maybe 30 seconds of it, and it just so happened to be after that mortgage commercial where they had John Denver singing, Country Road. And I got to tell you, from what I understand about the halftime performance, these people, that Jay-Z, I don't care how much money he's got, he is out of touch with the rest of America. He only caters to that certain niche of his group. And if I understand it right, let's put some people up on there that most of America can relate with. I mean, did you hear the people singing, Country Road there after the commercial, or were you able to see it?
No, I did not get to see it, no.
I mean, it was heartwarming. And then shortly after that, when they started play, I went ahead and turned the TV off. The Super Bowls just are not as exciting as they used to be. And I'm not saying that because I'm a Cowboy fan. I really didn't care who won this one. If the Chiefs did, great. If the Eagles did, that's another feather in the hat for the NFC East. But, it's just the last handful that I have actually seen, there was something missing. And I can't tell you what I think is missing. I just know something was missing. And if they keep on bringing these people up with Jay-Z and Beyonce and whoever else, whatever that guy was, they're going to really push people away from football. And I'm already looking forward to the Rock's League there coming up in March. So, yeah. I mean, at least there may not be a whole lot of people in the stadiums, but, these guys are playing for something, the chance to go to the big show. But, at least there's something to these games. So, what all did I miss? I tell you, it's awful hard. I mean, last Friday, I was dragging butts so much that I was cutting ruts in the asphalt when I was walking across the parking lot. So, anyways, I'll go ahead and let you go. That's the two major things I want to talk about, but I'll let you go so someone else can get on.
All right.
Yourself a good morning.
Well, we did mention yesterday morning you sounded like you were really dragging into a Monday. The greatest day of the week. Mm-hmm. So sound like you got a little bit of rest anyway this past day. All right, what do we got here? News break coming up. It is 844-844-3388. Coming up, reports. I don't know if they were trying to make this kind of coincide with the Super Bowl, but the headline was Trump flew a decoy jet amid Iran assassination fears. Yeah, that was the headline prior to the Super Bowl. Had nothing to do with the big game. Yeah, this is kind of going back in time several months ago. Give you the rest of the story coming up here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has directed the military to put a pause on the recruitment of transgender individuals. Hegseth is also ordering the suspension of planned procedures for current service members with gender dysphoria. This comes along with President Trump's executive order, which essentially bans trans military service. Officials say one person has died after two business jets collided on the ground at Scottsdale Airport in Arizona.
We have 5 souls, 1 DOA, 2 immediates that have been transported to local trauma centers, 1 delayed stable to a local hospital.
Scottsdale Fire Department spokesman Dave Folio said another person was extricated from one of the jets. The FAA says a Learjet veered off the runway after landing and crashed into a Gulf Stream. The accident happened around 2:40 local time. Scottsdale Airport's around 20 miles outside of Phoenix and used primarily by business jets. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join Medi-Share. It's a good question. Medi-Share members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of Medi-Share members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this, up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Well, good morning, Double R. Hope you're doing all right. Checked in here a bit ago, said good morning, Steve. Hope everybody's having a good evening. Be safe out there. Just getting the day started. Oh, and he did agree the halftime show sucked. Okay. Yeah, 5-7. Said, I believe they fly decoys as standard procedure. And that's for all presidents. The report was from the Politico, which has been kind of under the radar, or under the microscope, I guess I should say, in recent days after having possibly received some funds from USAID. So the timing is very odd. Guy by the name of Alex Eisenstadt, who's promoting his upcoming book entitled Revenge, the inside story of Trump's return to power. Apparently offered his account on Sunday in exclusive to Axios that the Iran paranoia running through the 2024 Trump campaign was so strong that at one point President Trump took a decoy flight out of fear of being shot down. Now, again, the writer from Politico, a publication that's undergone a lot of scrutiny in recent weeks over its ties to government assistance, recalled that after the second assassination attempt at the West Palm Beach, Florida golf course on September 15, the concern about an alleged Iranian assassination plot intensified. Now, they say no evidence has come forth indicating Iran had involvement of either of the prior two attempts. But he did say law enforcement officials warned Trump last year that Tehran had placed operatives in the U.S. with access to surface-to-air missiles. Now, he did not specify who these law enforcement officials were or what claim they made. Nonetheless, he went on to add that at one point, soon after the second assassination attempt in Florida, Trump's security detail was concerned enough about the Iran threat that it had Trump travel to an event on a decoy plane owned by Steve Witkoff, the real estate mogul, friend of Trump, and the president's envoy to the Middle East. Much of Trump's staff traveled that day on Trump Force One, which infuriated some aides who worried that they would be collateral damage if the jet were shot down. From there, Susan Wiles, who is now Trump's chief of staff, rode with him, while Chris LaCavita, Trump's co-campaign chair, alongside Wiles, rode on Trump Force One. The plan to split travel was apparently not told to his aides, with many realizing what was happening after takeoff. He recalled LaCavita telling the group, "The boss ain't riding with us today. We had to put him into another plane. This is nothing but a sort of test for how things may happen in the future." Aides told Eisenstadt that the plane ride was kind of a surreal experience. Some questioning if they were being left for bait. This was some serious shish kebab, according to one aide after the plane ride. Now, campaign insiders have said, per the Politico writer, that Trump may have more concern about Iran than he's publicly let on. But, of course, last week he made it pretty much absolutely clear if Iran is involved in some form or fashion taking him out. Yeah, remember he made that announcement? Yeah, there won't be nothing left of Iran. Take me out. It's already been, the orders have already been pre-given. Undoubtedly, Iran has more than once made the threat in retaliation for Trump taking out, what was the name of that guy, Khashoggi or whatever, in Iran. They vowed to take him and several others that were part of that first administration out. I digress. Knucklebuster, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I didn't pull no eagle on you, but I done a FMCSA, something about having to follow the rules or something. So, I don't know. I just woke up here just a few minutes ago. But anyway, I heard Brother Rambler preaching on there. Keep on preaching, Brother Rambler. They don't like you. Well, they'll get over it there, right? Who was that fussing about Taylor Swift? Y'all leave my girlfriend alone now. She's all right. Ain't nothing. Taylor can say what she wants. I don't have to worry about that girl. She ain't no teenager anyway, Steve.
She's 35.
You know,
35, 36, I think she is. Yeah. He was saying she acts like a teenager.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know about that. She acts like a rich woman. I bet she got some high-dollar maintenance perfume up in them studio booths there. You can smell it all over it there, right?
I do believe last I saw her net worth is $1.6 billion with a B, $1.6 billion.
Oh, yeah, she's making that money, rolling in the dough, ain't she? Well, I read something real funny today. Doge cancels funding for a Fosse Museum exhibit. Well, that'd be, what's he going to do? Display them viruses for everybody to walk by and catch a whiff of it, smell of it, touch it, scratch it. Oh, we'll really have it going around then, wouldn't we? That fishing scam you was talking about, you got to use a rod and reel for that?
No, that's your smartphone. That's all you need, your smartphone.
Oh, smartphone. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, my boy TB12 there, he had some hilarious but sound advice for Jalen Hurts after the Super Bowl. Did you hear that?
Oh, what was that?
Keep an eye on your jerseys, boy. They will steal them.
That's a fact.
Don't let that jersey. Yeah. Don't let that jersey out of your sack. I read something today. Every NFL team's odds to win the Super Bowl next year, Steve. The Philadelphia Eagles had a plus 650. I'm not going to read all of these.
Mm-hmm.
And the City Chiefs had a plus 750. The Bengals had a plus 1,800. Let's get down to the last ones, the real funny ones there. New York Jets plus 10,000, Steve.
Really?
That's a snowball's chance in hell, ain't it?
That sounds about right, yeah.
And just, yeah. And our favorite team, the Cleveland Browns, plus 15,000. Tennessee Titans, plus 20,000. And they proved once again that Eli was not the problem, see? Plus 30,000 for the New York Giants to win the Super Bowl.
Wow.
That's some terrible odds right there. Well, I saw that boy fold them flags up there during that halftime show. I didn't watch that halftime show. I could care less about them entertainers. So, I mean, this is Oak Ridge Boys, Alan Jackson, Hank Williams
Those
Jr.
days are long gone. That's all ancient history. Yeah, never again.
Oh, yeah. Well, I even like some ZZ Top, too. So I got that on my phone there. So, but anyway, y'all buy some Cabell product, Hot Shot Secret, Steve Summers Overnight Drive product. I want to give a shout out there to Truck and Field. and all them OIDA members. I went back to Columbia again. You know, I'm having to drive 215 miles out of route just to get around the gorge and that ice storm that's going on over there. I'm almost back into Atlanta this morning. So, anyway, well, at least I'm getting paid for it, and that's all that matters there. So, have yourself a great, blessed day, Mr. Steve Summers. Good talking to you. And I'll see if I can wake up earlier tomorrow night. Something about them damn rules. I guess I got to follow them, right?
You got to take a nap when you need a nap, right? Absolutely. Just follow those rules. It is 844-844-3388. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's decision to deny exempting anonymous trucks from the regulation regarding the placement of warning devices, according to Aurora Operations, stifles safety innovation. Long story short, when you have an autonomous vehicle that has some sort of a breakdown, a mechanical issue, there's no one there to physically get out and place the said warning devices that you as a truck driver must place if you have a breakdown, right? They had requested, they being the autonomous vehicle makers, an exemption from the rule. The FMCSA said no. Now, the autonomous technology company, which plans to deploy driverless trucks in Texas this year, filing a lawsuit with the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia over the exemption denial. The FMCSA arbitrarily and capriciously denied the application, contrary to record evidence, without adequate reasoned explanation, says Aurora. This decision stifles safety innovation and would impede the development of the autonomous trucking industry for no valid or lawful reason. As I said, the current regulations put responsibility on the truck driver to place those warning devices in a specific manner whenever a commercial vehicle is stopped on the shoulder of a highway. You are required to place the warning devices, one on the traffic side and 4 paces, about 10 feet, from the stopped commercial vehicle in the direction of approaching traffic. Another at 40 paces, about 100 feet, from the stopped commercial vehicle in the center of the traffic lane or the shoulder occupied by the vehicle in the direction of approaching traffic, and another at 40 paces from the stopped vehicle in the center of the traffic lane or the shoulder occupied by the commercial vehicle in the direction of approaching traffic. Both Aurora and Waymo asked the FMCSA for an exemption that would allow these companies to operate driverless trucks that are equipped with warning beacons mounted on the truck cab rather than the traditional warning devices. We believe it is possible to achieve the safety purpose of the warning device in an alternative way by using forward and rearward facing amber flashing lights mounted on the cab at a height above the upper edge of the side view mirrors. Now, it was just this past December when the FMCSA denied that request. The broad exemption is not supported by the data presented and lacks necessary monitoring controls to ensure highway safety, according to the FMCSA. Now, they said this does not preclude applicants or others from seeking an exemption to use better defined warning beacons for specified companies in particular locations as one of the bases of their decision. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at ooida.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, kind of rolling down the home stretch here on a Tuesday morning. And yes, Tulsi Gabbard, one step closer to being the next Director of National Intelligence Monday, after the Senate advanced her nomination to a final vote, which according to reports could happen maybe late today or sometime Wednesday. The Senate could hold that final vote. Monday's vote was 52 yeas to 46 nays. The procedural vote to end debate on the nomination, as most have been, it fell along party lines. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence oversees and coordinates the work of 18 intelligence agencies. Now, the former Democrat Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, one of President Trump's most contentious nominees, given her past comments that were sympathetic to the likes of Edward Snowden and Russia, and a meeting with Syria's now deposed leader. Now, with strong Democrat opposition and only a thin Republican majority, almost all Republican senators will need to vote yes to win confirmation. Now, her chances greatly improved last week after some Republican lawmakers who had expressed concerns about her affirmed their support in the face of a pressure campaign mounted by Trump allies, including Elon Musk. Tulsi was a lieutenant colonel in the National Guard, or is, I should say, who deployed twice to the Middle East and ran for president in 2020. That past praise of Snowden drew a lot of harsh questions about her Senate nomination hearing. The former National Security Agency contractor who fled to Russia after he was charged with revealing classified information about surveillance programs. Tulsi said that while Snowden broke laws about the protection of classified secrets. He indeed revealed important facts about surveillance programs that she believes are unconstitutional. Either way, maybe later today or Wednesday. I'm thinking more like Wednesday. Gilligan back on board. Yes, sir?
Yeah, thanks for having me back, Steve. Yeah, hey, I tell you what, we're finding out some very interesting information tonight. Now, we know that horse feathers is now the propane fairy, which makes us question that one. Now, I heard Rambler on there just after 3:30 break, talking about putting alcoholic beverages in them travel mugs. Now, I missed something here.
But not when you're driving your commercial vehicle. Now you're trying to read things into this, Gilligan.
Oh, okay. I was going to say I would think he would discourage drinking and driving in any vehicle.
Well, he discouraged drinking in any form or fashion.
Commercial vehicle.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, exactly. And I know that nobody that I know would encourage drinking and driving. It's a very dangerous thing. A lot of people die on our roads every year.
Yes, sir.
From drunk driving. All right. Now, they got at least that in straight, but I'm still wondering about horse feathers. The only thing I seen that was good about that halftime show, I'm surprised somebody hasn't brought this up. It come up, I muted it, and I seen something in the background. It took me a minute to figure it. But they did have what some people consider a classic car, but they did have a Buick Grand National, correction, from the 80s in the background. Now, from what I understand, he climbed on the car at one point, which to me is totally wrong. I mean, I'm not a Buick Grand National fan. I'm a Chrysler man. Some of your listeners have seen my sweetheart in the garage I have. I got that lime green Challenger TA from one of the last call, and stuff. But yeah, that was the only thing good about that halftime show. Now, Heatwave is mentioning that he likes Take Me Home Country Roads, so maybe he's turning over a new leaf. Maybe he's a Dallas fan, so maybe not. But, he sounds like he does like West Virginia at least a little bit. If he likes that song, of course, that was considered the state song, was named the state song, I believe in 2014 for West Virginia. It was changed to Take Me Home Country Road.
Well, Knucklebuster.
Steve, I know
Knucklebuster just mentioned he'd like a good old fashioned Oak Ridge Boy halftime show. Yeah, Gerundi says Knucklebuster has his finger on the pulse of the nation. You think that's a good idea?
Amen. That's a great idea. Hey, I got another one. How about the Statler brothers with a name on the wall? I'd love to hear that live.
Yeah, boy. You guys just proving that we're living. See, how old are we now? Yeah, we're not 18 anymore, guys. All right, with that, we'll close things out here on a Tuesday, right? So when we come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, hope you'll join us. We'll be rolling into Hump Day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go. And I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I